The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
All right, welcome, good morning. Welcome into the last day of RE Plus 2023 live in Las Vegas. My name is Nico Johnson. I'm here with my co-host Lauren Glickman. Good morning, Lauren.
Good morning, Nico.
The morning show is an opportunity for us to help ease you into the show, ease you into the conference hall. The show doors are now open. If you want to watch us live, as my friend Harry is doing, you can come down to the PowerUp Live podcast stage at 21020 on level 1. That's the vertically challenged room, is the other way of referring to it. That's why I'm down here, obviously. I hope that you guys have had a fantastic, a spectacular show. I want to thank Meyer Burger, our morning show sponsor. They've been with us all 3 days. Meyer Burger is the manufacturer behind the solar panel technology that many of you are putting on the rooftops around the world. With a global track record of gigawatt scale production, they are coming to the United States in 2024 with manufacturing for modules and cells. What a week it has been, Lauren. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too, Nico.
Yeah.
It's always fun.
It is. It is. We have a few things to cover here, but it always feels like day 3 is the day that everyone goes cash. I mean, obviously, I'm not in a 3-piece green suit.
I know. You didn't dress up for me.
I didn't. Do you have a day full of meetings?
I do. I have days meetings and then headed to the airport.
Yeah. That's the other, right, is that it feels like the ones that didn't already go to the airport at 6 a.m. are rolling around their clothes and their swag bags. Oh, speaking of swag, you brought some cool swag.
I did. I found some good stuff this year on the show, very big show floor, so I don't know that I made it to all the corners.
Yeah.
But I did have to find some cool things.
What stood out to you?
So the first thing that stood out to me is a protein shaker bottle from Core Power.
Core Power have good stickers, too.
Yeah. Hydrating is clearly important. My personal water bottle was confiscated by the airlines on the way here.
No way.
So this replaced that, so I got to be able to hydrate myself, and I'll definitely use it afterwards.
I would say the best possible time for your water bottle to be confiscated is on the way to RE+. There's no chance you're not going to get another one.
And then the other thing that I thought was really cool that I've never seen before, I got a wireless speaker from Nevados, the all-terrain trackers.
It really bumps too, and it's got little flashy lights.
And it's made with bamboo, so it's a sustainable wireless, and it's small enough that very easy for me to put in my suitcase. That's the other thing too. Your swag must be cool, must travel.
Shout out to Yezin. Yezin, save me one. I want one. I want to give the T-shirt, the subtle T-shirt award of the year. Although I feel Fractal had one for the Mandalorian that was really, really amazing. Energy storage. This is what you see that one. This is all black. But my friends over at Solar Grade, CYA, which of course stands for Cover Your Assets. Thought that was really clever. Kudos. I feel like that my favorite hat on the show floor was Solega. Thanks to the Solega folks for flagging me down and smacking this one on my head. I love PV, and so I love this hat. Lisa Ann, in memory of Lisa Ann not being here this morning, I'm going to flash the Technica Communications baggie because I will be putting all kinds of tech in that. She also has the sock award. I usually get swag socks, and these are hot. I will be wearing these, Lisa Ann, thank you. But she had the clear lead on the socks until Ryan Mayfield came down. He has socks with his freaking face on it, okay? No, his team did not tell him that they were making socks with his face on it. But he walked around and handed them out. I gotta give the guy props. And honestly, the thing that I've gotten the most use out of is this Radiant Generation mirror mug. I'm always impressed at how much money people spend on swag, because this thing is like $40 retail.
Well, so speaking of socks, I'm going to plant the seed for a future sock idea that someone's going to lunge on this, which is that we now have solar grazing happening all across the industry. Really awesome.
Yes.
And so I'm ready for these sheep to be shorn and that wool to make socks.
Putting it out there. You're just going to plant that seed.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to make solar grazed sheep socks,
solar
wool socks. There
solar
we go.
wool, yeah.
Coffee station of the day for me yesterday, because as you could probably tell, I nearly lost my voice, but Fluence saved me. Thank you, Fluence, for all the hot water, hot chocolate, and amazing lattes. And if next year you think you've got a good coffee station and you want us to send folks your way, not that you do, as we did Fluence and Next Tracker, please let us know. And of course, we will do a major swag roundup after the show. Just keep an eye on the Suncast podcast for that. We have a lot of stuff happening today, despite the fact that it is the third and final, yes, the final day. I know, it's sad. But happening right now, if you're out in the outside area, what do you call that? The atrium area where the SEPA booth is. There's coffee with SEPA. It's going on for the next 50 minutes. If you've not had a chance to meet the wonderful folks over at SEPA, please swing by and take a look and meet them as well. We have a lot of talks still on the show floor. Have you been by the Electric Drive or the Speaker's Corner?
I have not.
No. Well, I've heard that they've been nearly as full as the PowerUp Live stage, which is telling of great content being produced over there as well. There's a couple of things that I wanted to point out. Tribal Clean Energy Technology Symposium. I don't know if you can still get tickets, but those of you that are going are in a select group of folks that are going to be really downloading a lot of knowledge. Please reach out to me if you go to that symposium, because we're trying to do a roundup on all the stuff that happens around tribal clean energy at the show. 10:30, the DOE LPO funding basics is at the Industry Trends booth. So go check that out if you have wondered how to apply to the DOE. And Startup Showcase over at Innovation Stage. Well, Lauren, we've got a handful of guests today. I think we should kick it off with our friend Megan Nutting. Megan, you want to head up to the stage? Megan is an OG in the industry, of course. We've had Megan on the Suncast podcast, but she also is a good friend to the industry in many, many other ways, and head of policy for Sonova. How you doing?
Good to be here.
Yeah. Can you turn the mic just a little? Yeah, just twist it towards your mouth. There you go.
Like
Perfect.
that?
That's perfect.
Okay.
Yes. I know that you know how to project.
This is weird. I'm better.
I know.
Better yelling.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How do you feel comfortable behind the stage now?
No, yeah. I can do this. Yeah.
Lauren, Lauren said that from down there it looked awkward for people to be standing, but when you're standing up here, it's a circular desk. It doesn't feel awkward. Does it look awkward to you guys? Good. I think you look great. You don't look awkward at all.
Feels like a newsroom once you're up here.
Yeah, it does.
That's right.
It looked like you guys were sitting when I was down there.
Well, it kind of always looks like I'm sitting.
Well, Megan, I always love to share the stage with you. There's no one I'd rather be chatting with. We're here today for a little bit of a bittersweet moment. We're here to celebrate a friend and colleague and industry dynamo that unfortunately has left us far, far too soon, our very dear friend Casey Peters. And so I'll get to the end of it quickly, but before I get there, can you tell us just a little bit about Casey and what she's brought to the industry and all of our lives?
Yeah, happy to. Casey Peters, for those of you that never met her, she was a tiny little dynamo. She, my favorite hairstyle of her, she had one side of her head shaved and one side not. I met her originally when she wanted to help support women in the solar industry. It was back in 2010, 2011, really early on. And so we worked together and started organizing meetups, support for women, an event called Nationwise, where women in solar could find each other and get together and chat. She went on to serve on the board of the Illinois Solar Association, the Colorado Solar Association, worked for companies like SunEdison, and ultimately Pivot, which was sort of her home and where she found a lot of people that were just sort of the perfect fit for her. She had a ton of energy. Last year, she and I and my husband closed down Solar Fight Night. I mean, the lights were on. They were asking us to leave, and she was still dancing. So she really loved dancing. She ended up getting diagnosed with cancer about 4 years ago and fought really bravely. She had 2 pink wigs that she would wear because one wasn't enough when she lost her hair. And unfortunately, we lost her about 2 weeks ago yesterday.
And I was fortunate enough to work with Casey through RISE and their leadership forum and planning the event and helping teach people how to network, meet new people. And coming to these events can be a little overwhelming. It's a lot of people. It's a lot more people this year. And Casey's always been my friendly face. People joked that RE Plus SPI was her Burning Man and high school reunion all rolled into one. And so the thought of being here this year without her, it scared me a little bit of what would the show be like without my friendly face, my totem to inspire me to get out there and meet new people. And so with that, I reached out to some of the organizations that she's been involved with, some of her dear friends, to create an award so that we could celebrate Casey. Not just at this year's show, but at every year's show. There are some awards that I've been a part of. There's the Rudd Meyer Fellowship for RISE that celebrates Rudd Meyer, who unfortunately also passed before I had a chance to meet her. But through giving out that award, I've told Rudd's story so many times that now, almost 20 years since Rudd has left the industry, I'm still celebrating her and still thinking about her every year with the class of fellows that come. And I'm so excited to announce the creation of the Casey Peters Impact Award. So 10 and 20 years from now, people who were not fortunate enough to work with Casey directly are going to celebrate her, and we're going to celebrate the individuals in the industry that demonstrate her resilience, her commitment, her passion, and she's going to live on every year at this conference that she just loved so much. She's going to be here, and we're going to continue to connect people in her honor. And so the award, there's going to be more information on Pivot's website about the details and the criteria. We are really excited. It's being created with the support of Pivot Energy, the Coalition for Community Solar Access, and the Colorado Solar and Storage Association, as well as all of us who just loved and were inspired and impacted by Casey's just amazing energy. So really excited to be announcing that today, and really excited next year to be giving out our first award and celebrating those individuals.
Yeah.
I'm really at a loss for words. Thank you.
Well, thank you for having us here.
Yeah.
You can only you can only do so much until you have a platform. So we really appreciate you opening up the Suncast platform to announce this award and create this amazing opportunity going forward.
Absolutely.
And thank you, Nico, for being a Southern gentleman and having an actual handkerchief on hand.
Even without his three-piece suit.
Even without the three-piece suit. Thank you.
Yeah, I have admired the way that you have edified her life, and I know this. It may feel heavy, but I can promise you that Casey wouldn't want us to feel heavy.
She's gonna be excited. She's excited that this is happening.
Yeah.
Like she'll be with us forever.
She would.
So I appreciate you all joining us for that. We actually have lots more of the show. I wanted to say once again thank you to Megan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys. Thank you for this.
Yeah, Casey's memory will live on because of the actions that we take. Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you. That's fine. That's perfect. Yeah. So as we wrap yet another year of education on the show floor, last year everyone was talking the IRA because no one really had their head wrapped around what it even meant or what we could expect out of it. This year, having been a year on, we want to bring our friend Carla Loeb, who is just wiping her eyes now, of course. Also, an executive board member for SIA, both she and Megan. Carla is going to join us up here, but Carla is a government affairs ninja. She has been in government affairs in and around the Beltway for more than a decade, fighting the good fight for the solar industry. And as our elected, you're a general elected member, right?
Elected representative of distributed generation.
Right, elected representative of distributed generation.
The best part.
But that was voted by the general population or general membership,
Yes,
right?
so every company member or member company of SIA identifies as one of the 6 divisions. By far, the largest division is the distributed generation division, because that includes residential solar, community solar, commercial. So we have hundreds of members that have honored me for the past 4 years and elected me twice. I actually am termed out. This is my
farewell to Swan Song.
This is my farewell. We are about to go through a new election cycle. I am going to run for at-large, though.
Yeah. Is there a train tour? Are you going to Christian Roseland?
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, the truth is that being a part of SIA has been kind of one of the best things that's ever happened to me.
Yeah.
So very honored and privileged to do the work for our industry and with amazing colleagues like Megan and Lauren and you, Nico, and just want to continue to do that work and serve.
And so there's no one better to have up here to talk about the Inflation Reduction Act 1 year in. And so last year, as Nico said, we were celebrating. It was a party. We got the thing. And now 1 year later, can you tell us what type of conversations have been happening at this year's show around this, massive historic climate legislation?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think my purview is very distinct and different because a lot of people had a lot of meetings over the past few days, transaction meetings, and my meetings are foundational meetings. They are meetings about, what the guidance is going to look like for the individual provisions of the Inflation Reduction Act. How do we work in partnership and in tandem with Treasury, Department of Energy, EPA, labor, et cetera, to actually kind of win the win. Like, we need to make sure that there's guidance that's easy to understand, easy to execute on and implement. And so the big things that we are still talking about are things that still have a little bit of ambiguity around, particularly domestic content has been a big one. And so those conversations have continued with manufacturers, developers, et cetera, about how we can work with Treasury to really bring that provision home so that people can leverage it. I sit in the DG space, like I said, so we're talking about the low-income credit. We're talking about the greenhouse gas grant funds through the Environmental Protection Agency that are going to be distributed, and the loan competencies. And frankly, like, all of the provisions that were captured in the IRA have just like had a massive multiplier effect. You know, it wouldn't be a conversation of what the impacts are going to be if we didn't mention Jigar Shah and Megan Nutting and their the partnership with Sonova bring a $4 billion facility to help kind of make Puerto Rico a sustainable and grid-hardened environment. And that is all being enabled through the dollars, monies, provisions that were captured in the Inflation Reduction Act. And so I think about domestic content, I think about the loan program, competencies, I think about virtual power plants, I think about the labor provisions. We had an event with SIA that was co-hosted by LIUNA, the union, and, you know, who would have thought, like a year ago, let alone 5 years ago, that industry would be standing arm in arm, hand in hand with the various brotherhoods and sisterhoods that exist around the country.
Mm-hmm. One of the things that stands out this year for me, of all the things that I've seen the Department of Energy push forward as a component of the Inflation Reduction Act, is the community, and in particular low to moderate income community initiatives led by your good friend Nicole Steele. What updates would you be able to share on the progress of that? I know that you all have had several meetings in the last week.
Yeah, I mean, I just got to say, like, DEI and the provisions that were captured in the Inflation Reduction Act are going to be absolutely transformational for folks that have been left behind. As a native Louisianian, recovering Texan, and Washingtonian on the east side of town, like, I know firsthand, like, I've seen every day of my life people left behind, and the monies that are going to be injected into our communities, our lower income communities, disadvantaged communities, frontline communities, and our rural communities is just wild. The low income credit itself, guidance came out late August. We are waiting for them to announce when the application for the 1.8 gigawatt annual allocation is available. But, you know, people are excited. I mean, we've been waiting for a year to kind of get the guidance to actually be able to leverage those resources and support the folks that have been left behind. Yeah. And so that's really exciting. Greenhouse Gas Grant Fund also made their announcements that they had $38 billion worth of letters of intent for only $7 billion of resources.
Amazing.
I mean, and they're only going to do 60 grants. So it's like they had to like recalibrate everything. Applications from the states, munis, and groups were supposed to be due at the end of September. That's now been extended to October 12th. And so I'm really excited about the work that I'm going to get to do with cities, states, and the agencies to help get these dollars into the people that need it.
And so just one final question, because I wouldn't be an advocate if I didn't ask this. So the show ends, people go home. What do we need everyone who's attending RE Plus this year to go back and do within their companies to ensure the success of the Inflation Reduction Act?
I think we really need to drive home that, like, we passed some legislation, granted the most transformational climate and energy package in the history of the world, but like we haven't won the win. We need to win the win, and the way that we do that is making sure every single employee of every single company understands that it is going to be under threat, and it's going to be under threat for a not insignificant period of time. It has become a political bargaining chip, and we are going to see that play out, in Congress, this month and the months ahead. So making sure all of your employees, all of your partners, we only have 1,200 members of SIA of the more than 10,000 companies that are just in the kind of solar ecosystem. We need more members. We need more support. We need more engagement. We always need more money because advocacy is expensive. And to protect a $369 billion initial investment, which they're saying is now well over $1 trillion, like the numbers have gone wildly up. We have to show up like we are an adult party to this process and spend the money to protect the legislation. So, get involved. I know that people are a little bit anxious about, being political, let me just tell you, your business is all dependent on it. They
Yeah.
will not exist. They will go away. And I'm pointing at people, even though you can't see that, like, other than the people that are here. Like, it is not an entitlement. You have to invest in the people who invest in you. And this is that time. And we need to spend the next probably 5 years, just making sure it is cemented into our ecosystem, ethos, and pathos. So
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for rearranging your schedule to be here. Again, I really appreciate it, and always a pleasure.
Well, I mean, I just want to say thank y'all so much for having me. I had no idea Megan was going to be here this morning. She is also one of my dear, dear friends, and being here for the Casey announcement is just awesome. So, awesome job, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Carla Loeb. Carla, thank you, and Megan, and all those who stand in the gap for us at SIA, who help make decisions at the highest levels and actually help expand policies that are working to other places that need them. Next, we want to take a look through the lens of a major developer, EPC. We're going to bring up Bart Galinzi, the Senior Vice President, Business Development, Strategy, and Markets for RES. Bart, good to see you. Good morning. Well, I'll wait for you to get your headset on to reply. How many here are familiar with the name RES? Yeah. Anybody? I think anybody who's been in development at all would recognize RES. If you could pull your mic a little close to your mouth. No, just there. There you go. There you just wing it in. There you go.
Yeah,
Perfect.
perfect.
That's perfect.
Right on.
Good to see you, Bart.
Apologies for overdressing. But,
You didn't get the memo that it's Thursday.
Casual
yeah,
Thursday.
that's right. Well, let's smash this all-time listener record here.
There you go. Well, Bart, it's okay because I'm sure at AWEA everyone just dressed in suits all 3 days, which I bring up because most folks probably still recognize or think of RES as a big wind developer, right?
That's definitely the legacy that exists in a lot of people's minds. At the end of the day, we're a collection of very passionate, intelligent individuals who have a pretty singular mission to bring, clean energy to everybody and affordable clean energy. So that manifests in a development business. We have a massive EPC element to our company, a very large self-perform EPC.
Yeah.
That's segmented across renewables and T&D and a lot of battery storage, of course. And then the services side of the business is a real game changer for us, right? That's again, people aren't probably going to associate RES with asset management and O&M, but we're certainly a differentiated solutions provider in that respect.
Yeah. I mean, you guys, how many people on the RES team?
Globally, I would say there's over 2,000 employees.
Wow.
And some may have noticed or read in recent weeks our acquisition of the services side of the Inga team business.
And that's global.
That's global.
That's remarkable.
That adds for us another 9 markets, so 23 countries operating in, 35 gigawatts under operation, and it brings that employee count up over 4,000.
Yeah.
So it's
That must put the services team up in the top 5 globally. I mean, those of us who understand how big the Inga team service department is, just in Mexico alone, that's
it absolutely does.
Massive.
Yeah, it probably propels us to the top of that. And again, it's, I'm a business development, focus.
Yeah.
For me, at the end of the day, it has to translate into what solution does that provide for a customer? What itch does that scratch?
Yeah.
And, so we're proud of what that adds to our capability, to offer that diversified solution for people.
And so, for a company of your size coming to a show like this, what were some big things that you sent your team out to, to learn about, to challenges that you maybe wanted to take on? What were you hoping for to learn this week at the show?
Yeah, I think it was really to get confirmation of, again, our business, how we design our business is ultimately rooted in how well we understand the client problem, right? The challenges our clients are facing. That's what drives the design of our business. So coming here, we want to make sure, do we understand the headaches that they're dealing with on a day-to-day basis? Mm-hmm. What's keeping a developer up at night? Yep. What are the owners struggling with when it comes to delivering a project? And so I would say, at least in my experience here, other than spending hours waiting in Uber lines and wondering who isn't at this conference, it was really more confirmation than revelation,
Okay.
I would say, right? It's all the same discussion points that are coming up, but there's an exclamation mark on it, right? We've got the IRA, looking for clarification on that, how that manifests in people's ability to make good decisions around their assets. And, we're living the labor challenge on a day-to-day basis. So it's really underscoring those kind of consistent themes, I think.
I was curious about a couple of things. One, I'm curious if there's a through line that you see as like a core problem that your customers, the owner-operators of these plants, are experiencing from the perspective of an EPC.
There is. I think that, everybody understands that time is money. Development has its special sets of challenges, transmission constraints. That's a long game. When it comes to getting your assets actually into the market, that's where, the rubber starts to meet the road, and that's the pain a lot of people are living. And so we're laser focused on making sure that we look at how do we solve that problem for clients. So engage early, get ahead of those issues, work collaboratively. There's some commoditization that's happening, I think, in this space, but there's still a lot of custom elements to this. It's a maturing market still, right? So an ability to go in and make sure that we're de-risking a project before people are in the field trying to turn it on.
Yeah. You mentioned labor a minute ago, and one of the most exciting parts of the Inflation Reduction Act is the incentive applied towards apprenticeships and building out skilled labor that is credentialed. It's something that our industry has really struggled to wrap our hands around. How do you see that? As a major EPC, that's got to be a portion of your strategy. I'm curious your perspective on it. And could you, if you have the numbers, and I know I'm putting you on the spot for this, like what does the apprenticeship program add in terms of bottom line value for owners and investors? Because there's a major incentive if you can pull it in.
Yeah, we've got familiarity with the apprenticeship concept and building those programs through our high voltage construction business for years.
Yeah.
So that aspect of it is not necessarily new to us. It's making sure we understand what are the regional nuances, what are the new kind of requirements that come in that are going to shape how we build those programs. It puts a fine point on the labor shortage,
right?
And so for us, there's teams of folks within our business that are spending all of their time making sure that we are well set up to do that. And for an owner, I'm going to presume that the value is, we want to be, RES is, our tagline is power for good. We don't want to just turn plants on and that's the end of it. We want to have lasting, valuable impact on communities. And that means building the skilled labor force. Those people get trained and continue to contribute. So that's a bit of a non-answer, possibly. I didn't give you any hard numbers.
That's okay. I don't know the numbers myself, but I do know that the conversations I was having with some investors they're looking at opportunities to invest in projects with apprenticeships because it adds so much to the bottom line, to the hard ROI. But I'm sure there are folks that could give a more detailed answer. I'll put you on the spot for that.
Sure.
Yeah. I guess my last question here as we wrap. I'm curious, as you go back and sync back up with your team from the perspective of an EPC, what do you hope that your team? I think you guys brought 20 or 30 people. What do you hope that they are taking away? How do you mobilize everyone after an event like this?
Yeah, again, it's just coming back to what is a singular focus for us on a day-to-day basis, and that's making sure that we are asking the right questions every time of our clients, so we make sure we truly understand the problem that they're dealing with and that we're trying to solve, and then everything we do should be in service to that goal. And so a lot of the work we're doing, we measure our success by our client success. Yeah. What we find as a win is doing repeat work, right? So that's our goal. This conference is massive. We're all experiencing it. You can't possibly touch everything, but it's making sure that we're building long-lasting relationships with clients that want to come back and do work for us.
Yeah. So. Bart, thank you for taking the time to join us on stage. Bart is the Senior Vice President of Strategy at RES, Senior Vice President of Business Development and Strategy. We have one more segment really quickly. We want to bring our friend Brian Patterson up to talk a bit about an event, or it's a spectacle at this point, that really adds a ton of value in every year at RE+, and that is the microgrid stage. eMerge Alliance has been managing the microgrid stage for, in creating it for the last, 9 years, Brian?
9 years. This is our 9th year being formerly at Solar Power International, now RE+.
Yeah.
And each year we've tried to collectively, with the help of our membership, show the industry a bit of a glimpse of the future, if you will. We started talking about microgrids before most people knew what that meant, you know.
Yeah.
And of course, the term microgrid for many people still can be very confusing.
Yeah.
But the whole notion was to have an ability to supply particularly clean and renewable power to homes and buildings and communities and so on. And microgrids are starting to play a major role there. The analogy actually is to what happened with information in the internet.
Yeah.
And that is, you start out with a personal device. And the personal device that really revolutionized the information industry was the personal computer. And from the personal, and if you think of a power system, maybe it's a solar battery system that's put on a home, for example, as a personal power system, like a personal computer was to information. That's the beginning. Now, we really didn't realize when we started out with personal computers and such that it would evolve into this enormous capability, which is now almost flip-flopped the whole information industry to where most information is now created at the fringe of the information network, not at some core. So that's what's happening in the power industry. So we're starting again at the beginning. We now call that sort of the nanogrid.
Yeah.
It's the smallest complete entity that can island from all the rest of the network. I'll call that a power, and perform the provision of power sure and safe to the enterprise. But now we're focusing on connectivity between nanogrids, between if you were my neighbor and we both have systems, we want to be able to at times share. You may need more power than you can produce, and I may be away on vacation, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
So we're creating the equivalent to the internet of local area networks.
Right.
So we call those neighborhood microgrids, not yet community microgrids, because there's more in a community than just a cluster of homes. But for example, and there was some mention about the LMI communities, one of the challenges in doing that, because a lot of people know, they're saying, wow, you're adding a lot more cost to the infrastructure and so on. How do you do that and still give equitable access to these technologies to the LMI community and so on? And the answer is, when you do collectively do these things in these networks, the cost per unit, I'll call it, comes down, not goes up.
Yeah.
So it's been well established through the internet and its experience with information that as you build the network out, it actually reduces the cost per individual of sharing information, for example. That's why we have like free data now and all kinds of things.
So I know we're running a little long, so I'm going to steal our last question for you. So I think I've had the pleasure of being here for the 9 years that you guys have, and I've seen your exhibition at this show just grow and innovate every year. I remember being when Austin Powers came and unplugged the microgrid to make it self-sustaining. And so I know this year you pushed the envelope a little bit further. So for people who might be listening, can you give us a little tease about what's going on at the Microgrid Pavilion this year and why they should sneak over there before they head out of town?
Where to find it.
Yeah, and where to find it.
It's right upstairs, and you go up the escalators up here, and towards the back of the middle of the second floor, you'll see the Grid Edge Theater. So in the theater, we do make presentations, give companies opportunities to make presentations on new technology that's evolving. But the specific things that we're doing this year is highlighting a couple things. One is the new, what we call killer apps for the power industry. The killer apps are EV charging, Okay, that's going to place a tremendous new demand as a new load, if you will. It's a good load in the sense that we're diminishing the fossil fuel side, but it puts a great demand on the electrical side. So that's one thing we're focusing on. We're showing people how microgrids work into that solution set. The other one is electric heat pumps and generally electric heating and ventilation systems, as opposed to, again, fossil fuel systems. And so we're demonstrating that again, and how do you, that's a tremendous load. You know, when first started out buildings, it used to be you focus on lighting and reducing. We got that with the LEDs, we came down, and all of a sudden what pops up? You know, EV charging and heat pumps. So we're showing how the microgrid can assist, because all that new load is at the grid edge. And it's becoming more and more difficult for central power plants to really provide the kind of services that are needed, these new services at the grid edge. The other thing is this whole notion of connectivity between, there's an expression, it's not mine, but I'll steal it without footnote because I don't know where it started, but it's if you've seen one microgrid, you've only seen one microgrid. And it's like if you've seen a personal computer, you haven't seen the internet, okay? Yeah. That's a different way of saying it. So what we are demonstrating up there is the future of what we call the grid of grids. And the grid of grids is an integration of not only microgrid to microgrid or nanogrid to microgrid and between microgrids, but the microgrid infrastructure to the traditional grid. We can ill afford to completely dismiss the traditional grid because we need so much power, you know, and we have to clean things up and do things a little bit differently there, but we want to do that in concert or consistent with this connectivity.
Well, Brian, we're going to have to bring it to a close today.
Sure.
I've had you on the show, and I know that you can speak at depth and length about all the wonders of microgrids. I would encourage folks to check out the nano grid, the neighborhood grid, and the microgrid in the grid edge stage, how everything is, in fact, self-contained and self-powered. And where can they find out more?
We're the only space, I think, in the whole show where we're actually powering. We're off grid. We're not taking.
That's what I was going to say. So if you have not seen one microgrid, head upstairs and you can see your first one. Because I heard the rumor also, and you're being powered by hydrogen this year.
We have included hydrogen this year. So
that's really cool. Fantastic. So go upstairs, see your first microgrid. It doesn't necessarily mean you're now going to be an expert on microgrids, but it is a very cool and important technology.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, we still have a full lineup as we wrap the day today. We've got a few more folks that are going to come up and do some amazing conversations. Live podcasts from the PowerUp Live podcast stage presented by KeyBank Capital Markets. I'm Nico Johnson, joined by Lauren Glickman. My wonderful co-host this morning for our morning show, which is presented by Meyer Burger. Please stick around. I've got Peter Kelly coming up in just a few more minutes. Thank you for joining us for the morning show. And everyone be safe as you head home if you aren't sticking around for the rest of the day.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. we're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers.
Hello and welcome back. Thank you for joining us. Welcome to RE Plus 2023, the final day. We are live at the PowerUp Live podcast stage presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. I am Peter Kelly of Renewcom, and we are the sponsors of a program called Humans of Clean Tech. Megan Nutting, who was just up here on the stage, she is one of our humans, and I'm about to introduce you to another human of clean tech. His name is Seth Cousins. And we're talking today about fear and loathing on the way to a CNI RFP. And if you've ever been involved in the RFP process, you know exactly what we're talking about. Seth is the co-founder and president of a startup called Copacity, and along with his co-founder, Julian Dash, they are building an expert procurement platform. What is this? This is going to be a matching marketplace for clean energy, on-site and off-site solar, wind, storage, and they're going to make the RFP process just a little bit better, hopefully a lot better, Seth. So we've titled this talk, like I said, Fear and Loathing on the Way to a CNI RFP. What does the typical RFP process look like, and why would you say that?
Sure. Well, Peter, first of all, thanks for having me here this morning. Excited to talk to you, talk to the internet, everyone who's watching us out there, hopefully. So let me start by just framing the market that we think about at Copacity. We're talking about mid-market CNI. These are customers who consume, I don't know, let's say up to 10 million kilowatt hours per year. They may be a property manager who owns a small collection of buildings. They may be a small manufacturer with a couple of manufacturing facilities, something like that. These people do procurements. They may have a small procurement team, but they don't know much about energy, and they certainly don't have an energy procurement team, right? So this distinguishes them from the Googles or the Microsofts. We've seen Google and Microsoft on stage this week, and these are companies with large teams who focus only on clean energy procurement. In contrast, we're working with companies who don't think about energy more than 5 minutes a month when the power bill comes, and who, when they do think about energy, like pay the bill, move on. This is a complicated industry, right? It's moving really fast. There are a lot of new options that weren't available before. So someone may have been pitched on a solar project 5 years ago, 10 years ago. The economics didn't make sense for them at that point because prices have been coming down so rapidly. But they decided solar doesn't work for my business anymore. Or they might be being pitched on a solar project right now, but they have no way to compare that project to other options to know whether they're getting a good deal, is this actually going to meet their needs, et cetera.
Right.
Yeah, so what do they do? The standard way of dealing with this has been either to hire an energy consultant or a broker, and that person will come in, give them some advice, maybe put together an RFP. The result of that RFP is going to be a banker's box full of binders, right?
And you've got a picture. Describe the picture that is on
we
your
actually have a picture in our deck of a banker box full of binders, which is what you get.
Stacked up.
The consultant's just going to walk in with like, boom, here you go. 100 pages, 200 pages per.
And there are different formats?
There are different formats, different sections, not standardized at all, right? And each proposal, each response will have made different assumptions about what costs should be included in this, what costs shouldn't be included in this. So even once you do the initial analysis, which can take a month, right, for the consultant to read all of these things, parse out the details, provide it in a sort of comparable format. Yeah, so the current state is just confusing, inefficient. There's a lot of friction, plenty of reasons to just give up, and we're here to help solve that.
Yeah, we were talking about a car dealer, for instance, as an example of somebody who might want to go solar. They've got a big parking lot. They could put maybe panels on the roof. Who knows where they're going to put these panels?
Right.
They don't know.
Right.
Somebody told them now that they're going to be selling electric vehicles, maybe they should go solar, but they don't know where to start. But they may have gotten a lot of pitches, too. People are pestering them from all quarters, and they don't know how to proceed.
Yep,
right.
Exactly.
So how are you addressing this pain point for the industry?
Yeah, so we exist to help these buyers, the car dealer, the light manufacturer, the property manager, to help them achieve the economic, environmental benefits of renewable energy, right? Our job is to educate them about the opportunity, to help them understand the way that they use energy in their facilities and how they could use energy in a more economic and less carbon intensive way.
Yeah.
So when we do that, so we do this sort of initial education process, distill their requirements, and then on a capacity platform, we're able to build a standard RFP, right? And then standardize the data collection, the analysis, and the presentation of the options, which allows us to give the customer just a clear apples to apples comparison of what each project that's being proposed to them would actually provide to them.
And you've got to work with both the buyer and the seller on this platform.
That's right.
I think you were describing this as kind of like TurboTax for the RFP process.
Yep,
you
that's
fill
right.
in the form, and the form guides you. But there's expert guidance as well. You're not just filling in a form. There's an expert there to help you if you have a question.
That's right. We're there to be the expert guide to help you, the energy buyer, who's going to make an energy buying decision, once a decade or something like that. We do it every day, and our platform is designed to help you make that singular decision from your perspective.
And take all the bids and get them in the same format.
Yep, exactly. And so we do the analysis based on both a bunch of very standard things and then the client's particular requirements. Of course, project economics are always top of mind, but there are other things as well, right? We're dealing with communities, we're building projects that are in communities, and so the impact that these things have on the community also matters. Is a project, is it being built on a brownfield, maybe an old landfill or something like that?
Yeah.
Or on the other hand, did the developer or the person the developer bought the land from clear an existing forest or turn productive cropland, farmland into a solar field? So what is the community impact of this as well? So our platform allows aspects like that to be considered as part of the analysis.
And of course that gets more important if it's an off-site purchase, because if it's on-site, you're very well aware of the impact, but if it's off-site, you need to take into account more variables maybe.
That's right, that's right. And then of course it's also important to think about the emissions aspect, and we've heard this week a bunch about Scope 2 emissions and Scope 3 emissions, the concepts of additionality and emissionality.
Right.
And our platform also allows people to consider those aspects. So the buyer may directly care about reducing their Scope 2 emissions, or they may be being pressured by some of their customers, who their customers are thinking about their Scope 3 emissions.
Right.
And so their Scope 3 emissions are our buyer's Scope 2 emissions.
Got it. And they want to go green, but they're not sure, is this going to be light green or dark green?
Yep,
Well,
exactly.
How green are we going here?
What shade of green are we aiming for today?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, well, another metaphor I think you used when we were talking earlier is the Amazon Buy It Now button, because once you enter your information as a developer, as a seller of clean energy, once you enter your information into this platform, it's there, and you can then rebid on other projects without having to go through the whole process of assembling the RFP all over again. It's all standardized, it's all in the platform, you hit the button and you bid.
That's right. From the developer's perspective, the goal is for developers to be able to very quickly and easily discover opportunities for them to connect with off-takers and then bid on those projects so that they can spend their time focused on the really important, really hard work of actually building and delivering high-quality projects.
Yeah. So we're taking some of the fear and loathing out of the RFP process here. So tell me just a word or two about how this got started. You and Julian came up with this idea. You're in business together, but Julian has a backstory here.
Yeah, for sure. So Julian Dash, my co-founder, was formerly Director of Renewable Energy for the state of Rhode Island. He was instrumental there in building out some of their community solar remote net metering programs. As he did that, he saw that sort of the need to get this implemented. So he spent the last 10 years working as a consultant in the consulting model. So he very, very well knows the pain of the RFP process.
He might have been carrying that box with all the binders in it. He
actually was the person who had to carry the box, the banker's box full of binders and drop it on the table for you.
Right.
Yes. So as he was doing that work, he realized that there was an opportunity here. One, there's just a need to be scaling renewable energy at the edge of the grid a lot faster. And two, there's an opportunity to solve some of the pain in this RFP process and turn a 6-month-long, painful, confusing process into something that can be done cleanly, wrapped up in a month or so, and then everyone can move forward.
Right.
But it started earlier for him. He tells a story about growing up as a child with a single parent, not a lot of resources, and sometimes they had trouble paying their power bill. Right, the power would go out, and at some point, as a child, he had the realization, hey, if there was just solar panels on the roof, we just have electricity. We wouldn't need the power company.
And maybe a nanogrid too would
and
be
maybe
handy.
a nanogrid. Maybe a nanogrid. Of course, it turns out to be a little bit more complicated than just put up some solar panels and we don't need the power company. But the core insight was spot on, right? Like once you have these assets built and deployed, they're generating power for you without you having to continue to fuel them.
Right.
So one of the things that we do over time is we offer people sort of firm power prices, right? Some insurance, a hedge against rising fuel costs and rising power prices.
Yeah. Now you yourself must have done something before you did this. Tell us a little bit about that, Seth.
I did a couple things, Peter. I've been building software teams for a quarter century. Including about 10 years working on climate and energy things at a company called OPower, and then more recently a company called Energy Hub, building energy efficiency and demand-side management solutions for the utility industry. That was great. It was really exciting, rewarding work, helping utilities start to understand what it would be like to operate in a lower carbon mode. But it was also, I don't know, over time it got a little bit frustrating that it felt like we were just reacting to what was going on in the world. And I decided I wanted to be out there working a little harder to try to actually get some renewable, some non-carbon stuff built out. So that's what I'm doing. I'm not yet carrying a shovel or a screwdriver. I may get there, we'll see. But for now, Julia and I are working to create the market conditions that will help enable an explosion of zero carbon generation on the outside of the grid.
Yeah, and we know that, of course, we've got to quadruple the amount of solar by 2030, but depending on whose projections you use, and getting that uptake, making it easy for people, making it as seamless as possible, speeds this technology to market, and that's part of what you're doing here.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right, absolutely.
Are you a developer yourselves? Do you develop projects? Do you favor some of the developers who enter your process?
We are not developers. We don't build projects. We don't pitch clients on particular projects. Our job is to be an expert agent for the client, for the buyer, and to allow them to understand all of the benefits and all of the trade-offs of every developer and every project that's coming to them. So we do not favor individual developers. We do not pitch individual projects at all. So
let's talk about, again, how developers actually use this tool. Once they engage with you, do they have to sign a contract? Do they have to enter in some exclusive deal, or how does it work?
Right. So developers do not have to sign a contract when they come in. They will when we are producing an RFP on our platform. We do, of course, ask developers to, they've learned about the opportunity through us, so they should exclusively work on it through us. They shouldn't go around the RFP process. They do need to agree to that to be part of the platform. But beyond that, they are, of course, absolutely free to be bringing their projects to market through whatever other channels are appropriate for them, whether that's direct business development sales or working with other consultants or energy brokers, et cetera.
So this becomes another marketing channel for them.
Yeah, exactly. The goal is for this to be a very simple, easy-to-use marketing channel that will allow developers access to a segment of the market that's been really, really hard to access.
And I understand on the show floor here, as you describe this to people, what has been the reaction?
Yeah, I've gotten some really good reactions. No one's told me it's crazy.
Okay, good.
And several people have, as I explain it to them, they get a look on their face and they nod and they say, "Oh yes, we need that. That's a gap. That's something that we are not solving today."
And that's what you want to hear as a startup, as someone with a bright idea, that there is a gap.
Sure, absolutely.
And you're going to fill that gap. Okay, great.
Absolutely.
So how about on the buyer side?
Yeah.
What's their experience like with this?
So there's more variation for the buyers because, of course, some buyers are not very technical. They're focused on whatever it is that they do, the widgets that they produce, the buildings that they manage. They're not focused on the energy, right? So for those people, No problem. The platform is also built for us to use it in expert mode to very, very quickly put together the RFP.
Kind of like on TurboTax, you pay extra for that CPA to get on the phone with you and tell you what you just did wrong.
Exactly.
Okay, great.
But of course, there are some buyers who are a little bit more technical and actually enjoy getting in, understanding the options, playing with it through the portal interface.
So they can play what if.
So they can play what if a little bit, exactly.
Yeah.
And then once responses are received, initial analysis is produced, buyers will use the platform to review that analysis to understand the benefits, trade-offs of each project. And then for the benefit of both the buyer and the seller, we haven't built this part yet, still getting started, but for the benefit of both sides, we will be building out some sort of workflow management for the contract. So how do we generate the contract? How do we send it back and forth, handle signatures, and then keep it on file for later reference as well.
Right. So now it's TurboTax meets DocuSign.
So now it's TurboTax meets DocuSign.
Okay,
exactly.
great.
And then finally, once the project is in operation, buyers will continue to use the platform on a monthly or annual basis, where we provide essentially a lightweight energy accounting. How many kilowatt hours of energy did the project produce according to the developer? How many were delivered according to the utility? How are credits allocated in the case of an offsite project? How are credits allocated across the buyers' 10, 50, 100 different utility accounts? So now it's like TurboTax, where you go back to check, has the IRS actually processed my refund yet?
Right. And then I check my bank account and see,
that's right,
did the refund get in there?
Did it actually show up? Yes. Right.
We're talking with Seth Cousins. He is co-founder and president of Copacity, and along with his co-founder Julian Dash, they are building an expert procurement platform. So you work with people in the procurement business, and your point of contact at the developers here who are here represented at the show would be what kind of person, what title they have?
So it might be someone who works, honestly might be someone who works in the business development team of the developer. It might be someone who works in the finance team of the developer. The developers who we work with are building generally 5 to 20 megawatt projects on the distribution grid. So they're on the smaller side of the people who are here.
Mid-market CNI.
Mid-market CNI, and then so they're generally smaller focused developers as well.
Great. And then at the buyer side, it's the head of procurement, or
the buyer side, it would
maybe
be the head of
buyer.
procurement. It might be someone in the facilities department who are usually responsible for the energy for the company. Some organizations are big enough that they actually have a centralized procurement department. Other organizations don't have a centralized procurement department, so it runs through facilities, perhaps through finance.
Well, let's land on one final note before we sign off, and that is the speed to market that climate change is requiring of all of us. We know we need to speed up the adoption of our technology. Yes, we've got a lot of great technology here, but now we've got to actually close the deal, get it sold and installed.
That's right.
And your job is?
Our job is to make that happen fast. Our job is to make a 6-month-long, painful, confusing process get wrapped up in 30 days to 60 days. From we have a need, we've identified a need to energy, to we have a closed contract and the project is being built and will come online soon.
Right. And we satisfied somebody's competitive bidding requirement that they get 3 competitive bids before they make a decision.
That's right. And whether that was a requirement or not, the really important thing is we've given them assurance that they've made the right decision that properly balances the economic and non-economic factors for them.
Right. Because it's hard to, when you've got 3 bids or 5 or 10, it's hard to make that decision.
It's hard to figure out which one is the best one and what are the caveats of each one. That's right.
Okay, great. Thanks so much, Seth Cousins. You're a human of clean tech now. I appreciate your coming on the show,
Peter,
and we're going to turn it over.
Thanks for having me.
All right.
All right.
Bye for now.
Bye now.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality.
All right, welcome to the Solar Surge podcast, broadcasting here from RE Plus 2023 on the PowerUp live stage, presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. In today's episode, we're going to be chatting with Chris Thompson, Vice President of Product at SolarEdge, talking all about solar market trends in 2023, particularly convergence, as well as bidirectional EV charging and the mainstreaming of solar plus storage. So Chris, it's really good to see you again. Thanks for joining us on the podcast. Of course, riding shotgun here is Dan Freshley, my partner here at Solar Surge University and the Solar Surge sales team. Dan, really excited to do this broadcast with you.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. So Chris, you know, the thing that I keep seeing here, and this is like a recurring trend, and we talk about it in a number of the videos that we've been producing this week, is we're seeing this go from, you know, best of breed individual solar products and components to really the inverter company becoming like a solar platform or a solar operating system that provides almost all of your energy related needs, whether it's solar, storage, monitoring, load control. Can you tell us a little bit from your perspective, you know, representing the market leading inverter manufacturer here, how have you seen the evolution go from where we were, say, maybe 5 years ago to where we are today?
Yeah, I think that assessment really nails it. And I think this year we're really seeing that kind of come really fully in terms of the solutions that we're seeing. Even our own company with SolarEdge, you know, we evolved from a company that did solar inverters, and then you start adding batteries, and now you're seeing EV charging, and you're seeing load control. And I think, you know, you and I talked about it a little bit more and more. We're seeing really the software layer is what integrates this all together. So in the past, I think you had solutions, and you were focused on like the generation of solar, and then we're seeing really this year with NEM 3 this evolution of storage being a backup solution to being a financial solution. And we've seen this very interestingly. We've seen this in Europe and other regions. I often say we're kind of blessed there a little bit with our energy prices. If you think about Europe, not only just for electricity, but also for fossil fuels in general. And so the solutions that we're bringing here and at the show this year more than in the past are things that we've seen in other regions. And it's really about the entirety of the energy management. And solar, we're a solar inverter company. That's very important and kind of central to it. But it's really not just managing power being generated, but where and when how it's used. And with that NEM 3, it really forced it because the price signaling is so strong with NEM 3. You really have incentives to control how you use your energy. And so it's been a big step forward, and I think that was a singular step change in the industry, forcing these new solutions and making them financially more sensible.
Yeah, I know that was something we talked a little bit about yesterday, and we spoke in a previous video on as well, but how battery has really gone from this backup emergency used in coastal regions, whatever it may be, to really being an economic consideration. The way that you might store energy in the battery, deplete the battery during peak times, where you're getting the greatest value, sending it back to the grid. So it's pretty fascinating that we're starting to see that shift, and that how the economics play into that in consideration. Because typically, years past, at least I know, Joe, for you and I, it had oftentimes been, look, there isn't an ROI on battery. You're investing in peace of mind, and what is that worth? Well, you put the price tag on it.
The economics of backup is really hard. So before I got into solar, I worked in data centers and backup markets. And these were big markets, but actually doing an economic analysis was incredibly different. We often said it's more of an emotional sale,
yes,
right? And you see when people purchase backup solutions, they're highly correlated with natural disasters. So it's like before, during, or after. And it's really interesting, the psychology of an emotional purchase, because the memory is short. So you could be, in Texas. I grew up in New England. We had lots of hurricanes, and you at the moment it's very vivid, like living without power. But you know what? Like 4 months later, it's
not that bad.
It's really hard to make those purchases. But now you're right. It's in economics and solar. I would say it's very deterministic. Like an installer can go in. They can look at your bill. They know your irradiance. There's very good modeling tools. And the interest rate. They can give you the economics like to the decimal point.
Yeah.
Backup was just not like that at all.
Yeah. I think to that same point, I recall us talking about this a little bit yesterday. So SolarEdge has got some tools and some resources that are either in development or already currently there, maybe stemming from business in Europe and other places. How is SolarEdge utilizing the tools and resources that are there to help determine some of the economics when it comes to batteries and how to use them, things of that sort?
So a great question, and kind of tying that to NEM 3. So the solution that we used to see in Europe is kind of what we talked about with backup. So most homes that you've got, for our product we call it a backup interface, but it's really the disconnect switch that isolates you from the grid. Mm-hmm. So in Europe, people would install grid-tied storage, which is more like what you see at utility scale. There's actually no disconnect from the grid, and they wouldn't put that in. It's actually a lower cost solution, and so it goes in a little bit more quickly. So you save money on equipment, but time, installation, and inspection, and other things. And we said, okay, so we bring that over. So our product is branded the Rate Saver solution. So we have that. But in the U.S., people were like, oh, I didn't even know like you can do a battery without a disconnect switch. Like people actually challenged, like, are you sure you can do that?
Yeah.
And so the hardware changed, but then the algorithms now like we'll run a cloud algorithm. We will predict what we think your home's going to generate, because we actually have a digital twin of the system in the cloud. So we know every module, the orientation, we know the irradiance data for the next day. So every night it creates a model, it predicts the generation curve. It knows your consumption, so it'll predict your consumption curve, and then it knows all the utility tariffs, and it will do like a dispatch model. And it's really economic, so it'll look at the economics of how to do it. Whereas before it used to be like maximizing self-consumption, which is an approach. But with these price signals, now you go by the economics, not necessarily by maximizing self-consumption.
Very cool.
Yeah, for me, as a guy who's been a solar and battery guy for now, 12 years or so, right? As Dan was saying earlier, when we first started doing these solar and storage systems, it was very much for a worst-case scenario, peace of mind protection. But now we're at a point where there is a financial case to be made for doing solar with battery storage. And frankly, Dan, we were talking about this yesterday. the financial case for doing solar plus storage, even under NEM3, is still more advantageous than what you and I had to deal with on the East Coast, where we were just doing one-for-one bill swaps with
Absolutely.
net metering. So Chris, for those that are out there watching this, particularly for those that are maybe in the solar sales profession, they might be feeling a little bit down right now because there's NEM3 and it's not, the good old days with the 0.99 interest rate loans and all that. But can you break down a little bit for just the basic value proposition for doing solar plus storage now, how that can still be profitable for a homeowner?
Yeah, so a couple things would come to my mind. The first thing that I think of is it's very location specific. So you mentioned New England. When I grew up in New England, and they tend to have pretty high electricity rates in New England, generally speaking. But the irradiance isn't maybe what it quite is. And of course, you've got specific regions like Hawaii. So it's very locationally specific. California, with NEM3, there's very strong price signaling, but we are seeing more states going to time of use rates. So anytime you have a time of use rate, you often have some type of, whether it's an arbitrage opportunity or just load shifting. And I would say, you've got a battery, but you've also got load shifting capabilities. So now we have load control. So it could be something where, you have a battery, but you're going to say, well, I'm going to turn off a pool pump. You could pick loads in your home and you just shift when you run them. Maybe a load doesn't need to run all the time and you could run it during a specific time. So you can look at batteries, you can look at storage to complement load control, looking at time of use markets. And I still think there'll be some markets where it may not make sense economically to do batteries. The other thing that's really growing is virtual power plants. And so we are seeing those programs growing. So I work for my home in Utah. Rocky Mountain Power has a great program. And now an installer can go in and they have the economics of that program with Rocky Mountain Power. And they do the application with Rocky Mountain Power for them. And so a homeowner gets, about a $3,000 incentive, which is pretty attractive. And so I would say, look at time of use markets, look at load control to complement it, look at virtual power plant programs. We just enrolled in the Excel program in Colorado. But again, those are also, location specific. Some regions have them. California has an upcoming program called DSGS, which would be very interesting. And what's interesting, I think, for that one is it can be additive to an existing customer who's on like NEM 2. So one thing that's interesting about the current program is you can go add a battery to it. And so we love that if you're a SolarEdge customer, we have a DC coupled battery. If you've already got that inverter, you can go put in a battery and then you could participate in the DSGS program, which is kind of just coming out in the next couple of weeks. And so there's also that opportunity to go back and maybe to sell batteries to existing solar customers because that virtual power plant program will be coming into a region. So it helps you sell a battery up front, but it also helps you go back to existing customers and especially customers you've got an existing relationship with and add to the value.
Yeah, it's great. I know one of the common selling points when I'm designing or sort of consulting with a homeowner on projects, a lot of the areas that we sell, and especially East Coast. I mean, I live in Virginia, where energy rates probably average between about 13 to 15 cents a kilowatt hour. Pretty much one-to-one net metering everywhere, very minimal time of use. So the battery economic conversation is pretty irrelevant. It goes back to preparedness, mindset, that type of stuff. But the conversation that is often had, at least locally back home, is, well, hey, you can add, expand, and wanting to have the ability to bring in, hey, I have a SolarEdge inverter, how can I add a battery possibly in the future? Maybe incorporate bidirectional charging, whatever those things are. So I think that kind of goes back to the original statement, and what we've seen as a common theme here is sort of the ecosystem platform that manufacturers are pushing towards, which in certain markets might also give you the ability to, hey, start here and expand and grow over time as is needed. Could be with additional PV. I know NEM 2 and 3, there's some stipulations in that in California, but in other places could be additional PV, could be battery, bidirectional charging,
and it could be EV. So another interesting thing, you see the electric bill change when they get an EV. So you have a customer, you sold them a system, and maybe it was perfectly sized 3 years ago. They went and got an EV. Like a rough rule of thumb, your electric bill doubles. Obviously, it depends on your commute.
Yeah.
But electric bill will double. And you may say, oh, I'm going to sell you an EV charger. I'm going to sell you additional, PV to support that bill. And the nice part is with these platforms, we've got a mode, in the app that's very people really like right now. It's charge your vehicle with excess solar. So if you ever have a time of the day where it's sunny and you're not using everything locally, and increasingly we're seeing putting the energy back on the grid. You may not get paid a lot for it, So the energy management system, because it's integrated, will say, okay, well, I'll put that extra energy into the vehicle, and really look at how you use every electron that's generated, use that in the home, and use it in the most valuable way. But I think EVs are really interesting. Go back to sell to somebody, and add solar, maybe add storage, maybe add an EV charger.
Well, let's talk more about that, because that's another sort of hot topic in the industry here this year,
Yeah.
is the advent of bidirectional EV charging and kind of the overlap of the electric vehicle and the home renewable energy system really is all part of one home system, right? Because if you think about it, Dan, you have a Tesla electric vehicle, right? And so your electric vehicle is almost like a battery on wheels, right? And sometimes that battery is plugged into your home system, sometimes it's on the road. But Chris, why is the integration of electric vehicles and solar and storage, I guess, such a game changer? How do you think that's going to affect things going forward?
So I'll have to contain myself a little bit, because it's a very fun topic to talk about. But for me, like the engineering me, I see a vehicle and I recognize it's also for transportation. But to me, it's like a mobile battery pack, right?
Sure.
So when you look at it as a mobile battery pack, you think about how you can use that. And I actually had a gentleman, a utility engineer, in our booth just a little while ago, and we were kind of talking about this, because as a load, it can be intimidating, because you think about how much energy they can draw. But the saving grace on the vehicle is you have a lot of flexibility on when you charge it, right? So he was saying, oh yeah, we can have a rate at like 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., and it's very easy to schedule that. So yes, it does need a lot of energy, but you have a lot of flexibility on where and when you charge it. And we've gone to our existing charging solutions and pull up the data. And it's very interesting to see how much energy they're actually using. It's not very much. Because the model with an EV that I didn't realize at the time was, it's not like a car where you let it go to zero and then you fill it up. It never goes to zero. It's like, oh, I go to work, I charge it, I go home, I charge it. And the vehicles are like bouncing around between like 90 and 100% state of charge. So you have that flexibility. But the other side that I think we're really in the beginning stages of, and we announced at the show, so we have a bidirectional charger. But what that will enable is now for vehicles in the future to participate as a grid asset. So you can control when you charge it, but then you can dispatch it. And I think I'm realistic about it. I don't think car companies are going to jump into this right away. You get a Tesla, maybe you get a 70 kilowatt hour battery. Oh, I'm going to drain all my battery and make $5. I think they're going to be very cautious. Like, I'll let you use 5% of it. I'll let you use 10% of it. And then when they understand how it impacts the entirety of the life, so they'll create like a safe boundary conditions. But when you look at the batteries in the vehicles, they're getting better. People are using terms like the million-mile battery, right? And so if you have vehicle batteries that are going to go hundreds of thousands of miles, then they'll start letting you say, okay, use it. And I think and that's when the manifestation of it really being a mobile battery pack, like very valuable to the grid. And I think that's really going to be interesting. But I think it'll take years for that to slowly unfold and get that comfort level.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about that yesterday as well, where I think, and I don't remember the exact numbers, but the Ford F-150 Lightning has that capability today. It's a 120 or 50 kilowatt hour battery, but there are limitations on what Ford has said you can use within that battery. So just because you own a Model S Tesla 100 kilowatt hour battery doesn't mean you have 100 kilowatt hours to use. It'll be interesting to see what the auto manufacturers allow and the adverse effects of the cycling and how frequently those are happening and what that does maybe to the longevity of the vehicle battery. But like you said, the million-mile battery is kind of the target or what's been talked about. And I can't help but laugh earlier when you made a comment about how you're not typically, you're not discharging to zero. I remember I had a lot of friends when I first got my Tesla. They said, oh, how long does it take to charge? I'm like, well, 5 seconds. I just plug the cable in, and just let it go. Because most of the time, it's an act I'm doing as I walk into the house.
It's passive. It's not active, right? Where you're standing at the pump, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's a good way to look at it.
Well, you touched on another issue here, too, which is that, in order for this to really work to its full potential, we need buy-in from the auto manufacturers as well, right? We as the solar industry can't sort of force it. We need to agree on standards, and that's probably one of the questions that I get when we talk about this bidirectional EV charging is, well, which standard are you going to support? Are the auto manufacturers going to keep up? So, Chris, what's your opinion as far as, what role do standards play? Why are standards important in making the most out of this technology?
Yeah, so standards are like absolutely the foundation and are very central. Because you expect when you have a vehicle and you have a charger, you expect those to work with each other. And so, I would say like the charging standard is good, right? You know you have a vehicle, you can go to a charge station, you can charge your vehicle. So it can be a diversity of vendors of the charger, and it can be a diversity of vehicles, and that works very well, I would say. Now, on bidirectionality, it's not quite there. There is a standard that we commonly talk about. It's ISO 15118-20. There was a new version of it that came out, I think it was May of last year, and it substantially defined kind of the interaction for bidirectionality. And so, all these chargers, before they transmit any power, they handshake, right? So they connect to each other, and the vehicle, the voltage of the vehicle changes with state of charge. So we say, like, oh, it's a 400-volt battery pack. That's a general voltage, but it changes with state of charge. So the standard for bidirectionality is not, I would say, 100% complete. And so often, I think, and we've seen this in earlier stages in the solar industry, the standards tend to go on a multi-year cycle. Technology can change a lot from year to year. So I think we're at a period right now where there's a little bit of catch-up happening on the standards. So I think I would say we're close, but we're not quite there. And so that's why I would say it's a pretty big barrier to widespread adoption. But I think we're within a couple of years of at least the standards becoming more specific on the interface and the communication.
Yeah, I think that standard also applies to, and we talked a little bit about this, and I think you alluded to this about the SolarEdge bidirectional charger, the actual charging port of it itself, standardization, right? Because it's hard to explain. I mean, if I was talking to my grandmother today, or even my mom and dad today, and said, "Hey, electric vehicle," a lot of times they might pull in thinking, "Okay, I'm used to just putting this thing in the tank, and there you go." But not having a standardized system today can make it quite difficult, especially if you're trying to talk about mass adoption. People just don't know how to use them. They don't know. Try telling somebody, yeah, there's a Tesla charger there, but you can't use that. You have to go to this one. It's just difficult. So standardizing, I think, becomes really beneficial.
And Tesla really made that. We saw, like, just in a matter of weeks, Tesla kind of basically, they renamed it the North American Charging Standard, which is interesting. So they just by name, they created their own standard. But then everyone fell in line, and you saw the press releases every day.
GM, Ford,
everybody. So everybody fell in line. Technologically, it's a nice connector. The way they use the conductors, it is a good platform. But I think maybe that actually, in hindsight, looking at it, may actually help force the standard. To get everyone on a common standard, because we still run into it. You get a little bit of Chidemo, which is a little bit more Japanese in origin. So I think anything that forces those standards will help.
Excellent. Well, I know there's certainly a lot of consumer demand for us to solve this problem.
Yes.
Right? Because consumers, and I talk to them all the time, they're very excited about being able to use their electric vehicle sort of to its full potential as an integrated piece of the home renewable energy system. Chris, another question that comes to mind here, again, as we're talking about solar with storage now mainstreaming, seeing a number of new manufacturers pop up, dozens of them here, that are new battery, inverter, solar providers. But one of the keys to success in this business, of course, is building loyalty and helping your installers, your contractors, to be successful. Can you explain a little about SolarEdge's approach, or your opinion on what is the successful approach, not just to manufacture equipment, but to help your dealers and your installers be successful, so that they can do these projects that are now going to be more complex? Right? There's going to be more complexity. There's going to be more risk in these installations now. To help those contractors do those projects with the same amount of predictability and profitability that they're used to doing solar only.
Okay, so that is a great question. And at our booth, for the first time ever, we actually have it's like the installability corner, which we have never had. And actually, so within our company, there was a small division that was created a couple of years ago. And I kind of think of them as anthropologists. So when we go out and we work with our installers, you often want to help them. Right? Like, oh, let me get that box for you. Open. Oh, I know how to install it. You do some. It's kind of like a natural thing to do. But you have to restrain yourself and say, as an anthropologist, I want to watch the installer in their natural environment and see how they interact. So we kind of went through that period. So we have this installability section, and looked at everything from things that could be mundane, like how do you open the box and dispose of the cardboard? Where is the manual? Having built-in indications, like just how you label the terminal so you're clear whether it's positive or negative or battery or PV. A lot of it went into our installer app. So one cool feature that we just added to the installer app are these little nuggets of training videos. So say you haven't installed a battery in a while, and you're installing one, and you hopefully you're trained and you're certified, but you go in, and from the installer app, you can access like a 30-second video that will say like, oh, here's how you do that connection, and they're very discrete little nuggets. So maybe you remembered most of it, but you forgot one little part. Is there communication or something like that? And so a lot of that, that intelligence went into the app, gives them access to training. From a hardware perspective, we've done a couple things. So we have gone almost entirely to wireless communications. One of the things that we saw in these installations, when people are hardwiring, like you see RS-45 or CAN bus, and these are protocols that have been around for a while, and not really meant for like updating firmware packages. These are old protocols for controls, but you want to update the firmware and your battery. It's not really suited for that. And someone would need to run a wire from an inverter to a battery, and they crimp the connector wrong. They install everything, it looks beautiful, and it's not communicating. And they are going nuts, spending hours to troubleshoot it. So from a reliability perspective, but also when you want to do your firmware update, you don't need to wait as long, and the aesthetics get a little bit better. So we've gone almost entirely. It's based on Google OpenThread, so it's a very robust and secure protocol. And then this year we also launched a unit, we call it the SolarEdge Connection Unit, and it's been nicknamed the Gutter. And it's because we saw people using gutters, and what we did is we pre-molded into the plastic the connections and all the parts. So once they put it on, the inverter, the backup interface drop right onto it. And doing that installation, we have down to 18 minutes. We used to measure these things in hours. Now we're looking at how we can pull out individual minutes. And it's not technologically sophisticated at all. It's kind of a box, but it's got all the connections pre-molded into it, a little grounding bar, and you're in. And of course, it's stained plastic, so color is very nice. So we really thought about it from the software side, from the installer side, and then from the hardware side.
Yeah, that's a big deal. I think to your point there, Joe, I mean, over the years, and we were in the business a long time of doing piecemealed batteries, charge controllers, this battery, pull that off the shelf. But the issue, again, from a business side, the economics of it was I just can't sell this project at a high enough price to cover all the costs and still be as profitable on a battery project as I could be on a regular grid tie 1 or 2 array roof surface.
Some people don't want to sell storage because of that.
Exactly.
It's a real issue. The old expression, time is money.
Very legitimate.
It really is here, and it's also risk, of maybe the installation not going flawlessly. And if you want it to be profitable, it needs to be a flawless first-time installation, in our opinion.
Yeah, I mean, Dan, going back to 2017, we were one of the first guys selling solar plus storage on the East Coast. I mean, we were selling what at the time was the StoreEdge inverter with the LG Chem battery. And Chris, what you said is exactly true.
Oh, okay.
We had so many installations that failed simply because the communication between the battery and the inverter didn't work, or the inverter firmware got updated and now it's not compatible with the battery firmware, and all sorts of issues with that. When that absolutely kills you as a contractor, you got to send the technician back out. And usually it's not the junior technician. You're sending the senior guy out for the battery job, right? And so that kind of stuff really kills you. So the wireless communications, if it works, I think that's going to be a massive advantage there.
We've had to convince some people. It's been out for a year, and you see them they do hard wiring, and then they try it a couple times, and they slowly tiptoe. Because I think people have had issues with Zigbee in the past, and they've got some memory and some scar tissue from those experiences. And so I think companies like Google help to solve that. But I know it takes some convincing for sure.
Yeah,
for good reason.
Well, there's been a lot of learnings. I mean, the reality of it is we're in a high technology type of industry. There's going to be some learnings along the way. We have some scars, we have some experiences, from those things. But the technology is maturing, and for me, it's especially exciting to see this because, as you said, back to the days when it was kind of a science experiment of piecing together different components and trying to put these systems together, to now see mainstream products that are all integrated, that aesthetically look a lot nicer. They look like a modern home appliances. They don't look like a science experiment to put in your basement somewhere. So it's really cool to see all that come together. Well, folks, I know we're kind of down to the last few minutes here. Dan, is there anything else that you'd like to cover here while we're on the PowerUp Live podcast?
Oh, man. No, nothing specifically. I mean, it's been a great week overall, seeing innovations, new technologies. Again, common theme seems to be this every manufacturer trying to consolidate to this one system, one language, not having to translate English to Spanish and back and forth, and just really say, hey, if it's SolarEdge, optimizers, inverter, battery, EV charger, bidirectional, et cetera. And I think it's really cool because I think from the business side and from a salesperson side, that is very you're easily able to articulate that to a homeowner and explain why there's advantages to just kind of keeping it all in one platform. Now, if you're more the do-it-yourself type, the tinkerer stuff, maybe you're looking for other alternatives. But there's plenty of different products in the market that you can bring those things together. So I think what SolarEdge has now, we've seen this from other manufacturers too, allows you to really invest in the platform as kind of being that primary product, and then from that subset of other items that SolarEdge or whomever manufacture.
And to add to that, I think we've seen this with Tesla-like vehicles. They roll out new software and it adds new features to an existing vehicle. I think we're at the point where we will be seeing that in solar.
Kind of as a service type of, or
not necessarily as a service, but you can add new functionality to an existing system by updating the firmware. So we added, like, if you have a battery, we have a storm watch mode. So now it looks at the weather in your region. If it sees a storm's coming, you'll get an alert that says, hey, your battery's in a VPP program. Do you want it to get the battery fully charged because the storm's coming tomorrow? No hardware change, but it added some value to the homeowner. So I think we'll see new features come out. You have a rate case change in your territory, it could automatically update to re-optimize and configure for that. So we'll have new features that are 100% software enabled and not requiring hardware to enable those new features.
Yeah, that's very cool. I think the other part of that too, obviously, is just having the ability to, when you invest in a solar system, if you're not the high-tech understanding person, you just want to know that it works and that it functions how you need it to. You don't have to tinker with things. Storm watch, hey, if I have bad hurricanes coming, storms coming, I want to make sure I've got power.
Absolutely.
Every other time I want to prioritize my economic benefits. So
Amy Shervin said what you want, hot showers and cold beer. Right, so the complexity, put that behind them.
Yeah.
All right. Well, folks, this has been a special edition of the PowerUp Live and Solar Surge podcast here at RE Plus in Las Vegas. Again, we've been joined by Chris Thompson this morning, Vice President of Product at SolarEdge. Thanks so much for your time, Chris.
Thanks, Joe.
And appreciate everything you're doing with us. Folks, thanks for watching, and we'll see you in the next episode.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Jibber jabber.
Right.
Yes. TWA.
And we're back. Renewcom's Humans of Clean Tech series here at RE Plus. I'm Peter Kelly, and I'm here with Yezen Taha. Yezen has a fascinating story to tell about solving a big problem for solar that relates to community acceptance, it relates to the environment, it relates to cost, and it's got a great backstory too. Yezen, as I mentioned, founder and CEO of a company called Nevados. And Nevados has engineered an all-terrain tracker that solves for a problem that, frankly, I didn't give much thought to before I heard about it. Do you want to tell us what problem you're solving for the industry?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Peter. So at Nevados, we are laser focused on reducing the kind of ugly costs of associated with solar power plants, which are grading and the negative environmental impacts that come from it.
Grading. So changing the landscape so that it's flat instead of curvy. And what are the problems with doing that?
Yeah, so there are a lot. Once you start disturbing soil, you open up Pandora's box. You have to reestablish that soil. You have to find somewhere to put it. You have to get permits to be allowed to move it. There are community acceptance issues. People don't want to see the dirt moved around. They don't want to see the big tractors and the dump trucks moving around, clogging up the roads or just causing an unsightly mess. So we're seeing an increasing amount of resistance to performing any grading activities. A lot of our customers are saying that they're finding protests at permit hearings for grading, and there have even been some lawsuits here lately, which are terribly unfortunate. And we just want to help shift the way shift the negative perception and get solar back in the positive spotlight again in those areas.
Got it. It's not just the landscape, the way people are used to looking at it. As soon as you start changing it at all, right, you don't have to level it, but even just taking the top off is going to cause dust, it's going to cause runoff, disturbance, environmental impact you have to mitigate.
Yeah, when you think about the solar site, you've got thousands of acres typically that you're addressing, hundreds, thousands of acres. And as soon as you begin to disturb it, that's when the problem comes in. Grubbing, just cutting a little tiny bit of dirt off the top or cutting a lot of dirt off the top. It's all basically the same thing. You are disturbing what was there, and then you have to rebuild it. The things that come out of it, just like you said, you have dust, you have sediment runoff, you have the costs associated with it. You might have heard of SWIP, Stormwater Prevention Planning, SWPP. We like to call it SWIP. Putting those measures into place to keep from having sediment run into the local waterways, it's expensive, and it adds a lot of time to the beginning of the project, and it can add a lot of time to the end. If you're an EPC and you're building a project site and you can't get 70% of the soil stabilized, you continue to own that site. You don't get to give it up. You do not get to fully transfer it over to the owner. So it's an EPC, you might be stuck holding it for a year, 2 years, 3 years. Whereas if you hadn't disturbed it, as soon as you're done construction and you reach COD, you can just turn it over to the owner and you're done. So there are a number of different ways this comes across.
And with the cost of modules falling, the soft costs, so to speak, or the costs like grading take a larger share of project costs. So what are we talking about share percentage-wise of the share of the project costs?
It's kind of neat. When I started in this industry back in earlier 2000s here, modules, that was it. You really focused on the module. You saw the whole cost of the project, and most of it was the module. You had trackers, balance the system, and this little thing of soft costs. A number of things go into soft costs, grading being one of them. It wasn't the big driver. But as modules have dropped in price, from dollars a watt to the pennies a watt that we're looking at now, all these other components have become much more significant. So if you're looking at grading on a site, we see grading costs 70, certain customers, they could have 70% of their sites with grading. Other customers might have 100% of their sites requiring grading if they use a conventional tracker. And those grading costs range from a penny a watt up to 20 cents a watt sometimes. There are other costs that come in there too. So if you think about what your dollar per watt is, ranges anywhere from 80, 90 cents a watt on up for the large projects, on up to a couple bucks a watt. I mean, 5-10% of your cost, and it's consistent. 5-10% of your cost going into those activities.
So when you saw that grading was a possible area to make a difference for the industry, what was your next step, and how did you come up with this system that you're selling now as Nevado's all-terrain trackers?
Yeah, so the last role I had in the industry before I started at Nevados was doing bankability studies on trackers. There are a lot of great trackers out there, a lot of great technology, a lot of great minds have been working on it for years, and they continue to. I see innovation coming from everyone out there. The area that we focused on, we initially thought it would be a niche, but it didn't end up being niche. It is now the industry, which was fitting to this natural terrain environment. And I saw that doing construction monitoring of projects, looking at the different products that were out there and thinking these are great, but it could be even better. There's this unmet need. So I started to look at it. I left my last role and I decided I would address it. And the way we looked at it was break the paradigm of the long, straight torque tube tracker. We need to break it into sections because the torque tube itself can't follow the terrain. So how do we do it? We do it with flexible bearings. And that is what started this whole process. So there's a structural solution, then you find out about all the software issues. The software that supports this industry grew up on flat land, so we had to remake a whole lot of software. The control systems that support this industry grew up on flat land, so we had to remake the control systems. So it was all of these things together, having that holistic view of how to approach non-flat terrain, and that kicked off years of development and got us to where we are today.
And you like to say, I think, the Earth is not flat, and actually there is no flat terrain, especially there's less and less of it left to solar developers because they have to deal with more complex sites now. But I think you've got a good example of how even things that appear flat are not flat.
Yeah, it's wild. You go out and you look at a football field, and you've got at least a 1 foot rise in the middle to help manage water runoff. That looks flat, but for a conventional tracker, you have to account for it. That 1 foot rise in an American football field, it's the flattest looking thing on Earth, but it's not flat enough for a conventional tracker. You have to account for it with your foundations.
And I've seen some of the pictures on your booth upstairs. It is undulating, I think is the word. It's curvy.
Yes, yeah, it's the undulations. When people think about difficult terrain, they usually think some big steep slope. Yeah, that could be part of it. The most important part is the undulation. How well do you fit to the undulation? And that is where we really excel. There's undulation on flat land. There's undulation just that happens if your foundations aren't put in quite right. And then there's undulation on difficult terrain. And these are all unique things that happen on every project. And that's what we've developed the product for, the undulation, really. Yeah, we can hit some crazy steep slopes. We can go to slopes that you're not going to install on. We don't want to be the weakest link ever on the project, but where you really see it is the undulation, no matter how steep the terrain is.
Got it. I think one of the distinguishing characteristics of your tracker is you can go up to, I believe it's 37%.
Yes.
And that's change in the slope, but we're not talking necessarily just about a steep slope, but a curvy slope.
Yeah, a little bit of both. The steepest slopes that we see people going up to being comfortable on is about 25%. We have some projects there. I'm sure people will figure out how to go steeper and be comfortable with it. But yeah, it's there. You might find some spots that have that steepness, but generally you're talking about less steep slopes and just the rolling nature of the land.
Right. So you're selling steel tracking systems that are made by and large in Texas, I understand, with American steel, which means much of it's recycled. So you've got sort of a backstory about the domestic content. And since the Inflation Reduction Act, everybody wants to get that domestic content adder on their tax credit. You're going to help them get there.
Yeah. So we've been very focused on this for quite a while. Our VP of supply chain saw that light, and he chased after it. Mm-hmm. The largest supplier that we have in the U.S. is based in Eastern Texas, and it's Prefert. They're a phenomenal partner for us. And we have other suppliers for other components around the U.S. as well. It's not just there, but that's where the majority of the steel comes from. we've been working with them. We've been working with some other suppliers to get the components brought to the U.S. We should, depending on what the guidance is at the end of the year here, we should be at 100% content early next year. We already have our controllers made in the U.S. We've been doing that forever. Really, the last steps are going to be slew drives and pony panels. And
Got it.
Yeah.
And the control systems and software is all part of the package if you buy a Nevados all-terrain tracker. Is that right?
It is. You know, there are so many things that go into building these power plants, and you know, there's the equipment, there's how do you operate it from day one, you know, the information that you need, the tilt schedules, row to row. There's getting the information together for your production estimate to get your financing in place long before you even start to build or sign contracts for equipment. And then all of the engineering that goes into it. This is not an easy thing to do. If you're coming from flatland and going to rolling terrain, you don't do the same thing. You need to shift some of your approach. We have created all those processes. We've developed them. You know, we led this industry. We even copyrighted all-terrain tracker because we were the first ones going into this. So we've been focused on this since 2014. We've figured out all those, you know, the devil's in the details. We've figured out those details. So we help support people coming into the into rolling terrain who haven't dealt with it before. We help them walk through it. We're there to support them on every project, or if they want to take it over themselves and roll on, that's fine too. But this is all included. We have to include it. We have to partner up with our customers to get them through these projects.
Right. I want to come back to the community acceptance because there was a panel talk upstairs yesterday by Mike Casey of TigerCom and Robin Pressman, who's a pollster, and they have found that we are in a world of trouble with community acceptance of even small solar projects, let alone the 170 megawatt project that you just have been building in Virginia for major companies who shall not be named, but it's a big project and it requires a community to accept thousands of acres going under solar panels, and yet, you know, we're failing to make that deal with a lot of communities. Tell us a little bit more about how you see Nevados helping solve for that pain point.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, the large customers who will not be named, just out of privacy, just to respect their privacy, very strong relationships with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, with community solar and basically just any communities who are nearby the solar power plant, they have concerns. They hear a lot of concerns from others, and they need to have those concerns ameliorated or addressed. And a major one is this. It's moving dirt. And we come in and we help stop the moving of the soil. We stop the terrain modification. You know, this landscape that they're familiar with, we help them maintain it so they can see it for years down the road. As even, you know, when the solar is removed, you know, decades later, they want to be able to see what they started with originally. The issues, they're real. We need to listen to them. We need to address it, and we need to take it seriously. We can't just dismiss it and push on. We actually need to listen to what they have to say. We're finding issues with, you know, actually, if you can go back to your question one more time, just to make sure.
Well, one story you told me about this is that one particular farmer was going to get solar on his land,
Yes.
and then something happened. What happened?
Yeah, so that farmer contracted with a developer to lease his land. And it's farmland. It has dirt. That dirt is valuable. You don't want to move it away or you kill the value of that land. So he was expecting the land to stay the same. He found out it was going to be graded, and that scared him to death. He didn't want to lose that high-quality soil on top of the land. So he got his friends together, and they went and they protested at the permit hearing. And they got it to stop. He was willing to sacrifice this deal this lucrative deal that he had struck, because he didn't want his land to be damaged.
And in that particular case, did an all-terrain tracker solve for that, or that was before you were able to come and
There are
fix
things
that
moving
problem?
there, yeah. It's an ongoing process.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the quantities involved, because when we say grading land and dump trucks, maybe people who have been around a big solar site know what that means, but we were translating that into 123 Olympic swimming pools worth of dirt. But that's actually thousands of dump trucks? I mean,
Yes, it's a lot of trucks moving around. It's trucks moving around on site. If you have to take the dirt off, it's trucks moving around on the highways. If you have to bring dirt on because you don't have enough fill, it's again trucks moving around on the highways. So it is a big impact on the local community. Their ability to drive to work easily, their ability to not have roads that are torn up, just the traffic and the site of dealing with that. Even if the trucks are just moving around on the site, they're hearing them, they're seeing them. Dust and exhaust. You just don't want to see it. It is a stunning, modifying that train takes a stunning amount of equipment.
There was another number that I recall from this Virginia project you just did. 170 megawatts in Virginia. Using your trackers saved 230,000 linear feet of steel. And we were doing the numbers just before the show here. 44 miles of steel was saved by using your system.
Yeah, right around 44 miles. It's incredible. If you think of an I-beam roughly this big, I'm trying to give a visual of it, 44 miles long, it's sections, but that's the amount of steel that didn't have to get shipped to site, didn't have to be purchased by the customer, didn't have to be put into the ground.
Right.
It's a stunning volume of steel. And it's because we focus on fitting to the natural terrain. Fit to the natural terrain. It's there. We don't have to force it to accept solar. Solar should fit to it, and we should do it in a clean and reasonable manner.
Right. I like some of the slogans you've come up with to try to explain this to people. Nevados, because the world is not flat, I think is one of them. There's another one about solar and the earth. What? How do you say it?
Yeah. Solar shouldn't be forced to, the earth shouldn't be forced to accept solar. Solar should fit to the earth.
Should fit to the earth, yeah. And in coming up with a title for this talk today, we came up with Stop Grading and Fall in Love with Nature's Curves.
Yes.
So I'd love to hear a little bit more about how you package this, because you're packaging everything together. The engineering of this system to match the undulation is part of the package. What else is packaged with these trackers?
Yeah, thanks for asking that. So this is very important because it is a different approach. There are a number of things that need to be included that aren't included on flatland projects. So when you start looking at rolling terrain, you have to come up with row-by-row tilt schedules. There are different ways of addressing that with software. And then the engineering and then operation of the power plant afterwards. No matter how good your drawings are at the beginning, things are going to be different in the field when you're done. And getting that post-construction information together, if you can get that together, package it up, you can actually further optimize the power plant. We include everything. All those activities, that's all included with our projects. We're not charging you more. We're not going to upcharge for this software, that software. It's just part of it. I'm selling an all-terrain tracker. I need to sell everything that goes with it. If I'm nickel and diming the customer, I'm doing the wrong thing. So yes, our approach, we provide everything from the beginning. If after construction you decide you want to fly the site and get that actual as-built location, every foundation, great. Send us the point cloud. We'll rerun your tilt schedules. We'll give you new information. There is no charge for that. We want your project to be successful.
Got it. For how long have tracking companies like yours enabled the panels to tilt up in case of a hailstorm? Because that's an option that you offer as well.
Yeah, that's so tracking's gone through. There's a long history in solar trackers, and when I was at Black & Veatch years ago, we did a study on 45 degrees to 60 degrees. How much more energy can you generate? But from going from 45 to 60, it was about 7% more energy generation, especially on those projects we were looking at. But kind of generally, that's what we're looking at. And so 60, just over time, 60-degree tilt. That became the tilt angle that people would go to. It's good for shedding snow. It's good. It's very helpful in high wind scenarios, and that's the angle that was available for hail conditions. We're seeing a lot more hail now, especially in certain counties around the country, certain counties in Texas. You just get a lot of hail. So going to 60 degrees was, that's what you do when the hail comes along. Well, what if you can go further? What if you can go to 75? What if you can go to 90? That changes the loss, the module loss that is experienced in a hail event. So yeah, we can go to 75 degrees. I think we were the first ones to file a patent on our 75-degree stow. It was the first one that I saw show up at the USPTO. It's something that's necessary. It's necessary in certain environments, maybe not every environment or every geography, but yes, it's something that we do now, and it takes some certain changes in the structure. There can be some additional costs, so if you want to explore it, you need to, let's explore it early, make sure those costs get accounted for. Usually just higher wind loads. But yeah, that's something that's available, and it's something that I expect to see more and more of.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the hail damage is really concerning when you see a picture of what it looks like after a hailstorm comes through. Panels have not been tilted up. And I understand that it doesn't require a human operator to decide when there's hail in the forecast. You've got a link now to the National Weather Service, is that right?
Yeah. So we don't take that ownership on ourselves, at least not right yet, but we respond to those inputs. So there are a lot of really good services out there that give you, strong indicators for when hail's coming. So we can take that input, it goes through the SCADA system. If you don't have a SCADA at the site, it can go through our system, just trigger it to take the entire site to hail stow.
To hail stow, yeah, that's the phrase.
Yeah.
Great. Well, we've been talking with Yezen Taha. He is the CEO and founder of Nevados, and Nevados makes the all-terrain tracker. As he said, they were the first to market with the all-terrain tracker that's widely adopted now through the industry and is making a huge difference in possibly saving money, saving steel, saving dump truck loads of dirt, getting projects permitted, and it's a pleasure to meet you. There is a much longer interview with Yezen if you're interested in more of this story. Nico Johnson sat down for Suncast last month and got us some great stories. I'll just give you a hint. There's a treasure map to a motorcycle in India that was involved in one of your job changes, but I'll just leave it there. There's all kinds of great stories he told about walking the Camino to Santiago and so on.
Yeah. It was a very, very fun interview with Nico. If you get a chance, hope you can listen to it. I enjoyed it. Nico enjoyed it. And heard from quite a few people that it was fun to listen to. So if you get a chance, please take a listen.
Great.
And
well, thanks
Peter, thank you very much for the time.
Being a human of clean tech, appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I'm Peter Kelly of Renewcom, and that's a wrap for today. Thanks for listening in here at RE+, and we're going to turn it back to the Suncast folks.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CB North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CB North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer, and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
You know, I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also, to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative. which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. TerraPro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all.
Welcome everybody back to the PowerUp Live podcast stage presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. Just like the last 2 days, today we're doing our Industry Pulse segment. We're going to talk to some industry experts about trends in the space. So I guess we'll do a quick introduction and of everyone up here. We're going to start with Terrence on the far right here.
Hey.
Terrence, can you just give 2-second introduction for everybody?
Terrence Parker. Hi, I work for Solus Inverters, and glad to be here on the Suncast. So,
All right, I'm Pat Bennett, co-founder of Interflow. We're a platform for software and solar.
Chris Collins, the founder of Ohm Analytics, and we collect a lot of data and publish research on the DG side of solar and storage.
So I think we have a really good panel today to talk about trends. A lot of people here that are very plugged into the market. And again, the Industry Pulse is just like the other 2 days, it's brought to you by Solus, which is the world's third largest inverter manufacturer. So with that, I really wanted to start with Terrence. So Terrence, I got a few questions for you that I've been thinking about.
All right.
one of the things that I think you guys brought up to me, and we haven't discussed it yet on the Industry Pulse, but it's the new rapid shutdown requirement. And I was hoping you could just kind of inform everyone who's listening, who might not be familiar with it, what that is and what they need to think about or consider. How does it impact customers and installation?
There could be a big impact. What this new UL certification may allow us to do is to eliminate the module level rapid shutdown devices within the array boundary. So when you look at UL 3741, it's a new PV fire hazard control certification, and that's kind of a new acronym that people need to start to learn, this PVFHC, Fire Hazard Control System. Now, your whole inverter and the racking and the wire management all get certified together as a single system, as a rapid shutdown solution, essentially. It gets interesting within the array boundary. The new certification allows you, still requires that you shut down those conductors going from the array down to, let's say, your inverter or to your interconnection point. But it really gets interesting within the array boundary. If you can certify your system and guard your DC wiring properly, you can eliminate that maybe 7 to 9 cents of bill of materials and save some big time in not having to install all that product.
Oh, yeah, I haven't heard about that, so that's interesting.
A lot of installers haven't. I mean, it's mainly the racking guys and the inverter guys that are kind of getting this certification together. That's we're the ones that are really, I think, introducing it to a lot of installers.
Anytime you can cut costs out, I think you're going to get a lot of people interested. So another thing that really, one of the trends that we've been talking about, and I mean, I think it's been evident over the last few years. I remember when the show was in Vegas last, like before COVID, and the emergence of all these batteries that we start seeing everywhere. And it's really been a shift where before it was a lot of just panel manufacturers and things like that. And now, you can't throw a rock without hitting a battery company, it seems like.
True.
But as batteries continue to grow in popularity for homes and businesses, what do you think customers and installers need to take into consideration when they're choosing their battery solution?
Yeah. Well, one of the things that I think is critical is to understand whether the battery company that you're looking at is a battery assembler or are they a battery cell manufacturer. And so this might give you confidence one way or the other. If you're working with a battery cell manufacturer, you may find that team knows a little bit more about maybe the battery that they're working with as opposed to a battery assembler that buys cells from somebody else who is putting together their batteries. So that's one thing I would look at. There's trustworthy groups in both great manufacturers and assemblers. And so first take a look at that, try to understand who you're working with. And then secondly, I would look to that battery manufacturer, that battery supplier, and ask them, do they have a 9540A certification? That means that they've tested it to extremes, to thermal runaways. So I'd look to that kind of as a check mark that you want to look for, 9540A. That's what the battery team gets themselves. We, as an inverter manufacturer, we get a 9540 certification between the two of us so that when a customer gets it, they know that those batteries and that inverter are compatible. So that's a key feature, is to see if you're choosing a battery, see if it's compatible with the inverter that you're looking at. Look for service. Always you want a responsive service, so give them a call. If they pick up the phone, did they return your phone call? That's critical. And I would say that would be the main things. Make sure that the battery is compatible with your inverter. Make sure they got good service, and kind of try to understand who you're working with.
Yeah, we talked with your colleague Jeff, I think it was yesterday, about post-net metering and residential solar, and I think that's going to segue into what I want to talk to the other two gentlemen up here about. But I'm wondering, maybe to kick that off, what considerations outside of all the things you just mentioned that customers should be aware of for potential updates to net metering or potentially post-net metering?
I mean, you could say that net metering is over, in a way, for, let's say, California customers who have now shifted from an M2 to an M3 environment. what NEM 1 and NEM 2 did is they kind of encouraged you to sell, right? Because you were getting a one-to-one exchange with the utility company. But today with a NEM 3 solution, I think you're going to be doing more store, and then avoid the high cost of the high-tier pricing that you have in the afternoons, right? So it's instead of sell to the grid to optimize the payback on your system, you're going to kind of store, and wait to avoid the most expensive times of the day. So that's really, as an inverter manufacturer, that's kind of shifted our focus and our development work as we started adding more storage solutions to our residential, commercial, and utility scale products.
I totally agree. I think that's real interesting. So I want to actually ask Chris, so Ohm Analytics, you guys have a ton of data, really well known in residential solar, and we knew this change to net metering was coming in California. Has it had the impact that you suspected now that we're that time has come, or is it worse than you thought? Is it better than you thought? Just high level in the residential segment?
Yeah, absolutely. It's so what we're seeing now is there's a big backlog. So there's a huge pull forward, and that backlog is still being worked through, maybe even till January. But in terms of new sales, that's where you're seeing the impact. So in terms of proposals or originations, right now in California, those are down for PV 80%. Mm-hmm. On the flip side, the positive is that 80% of those sales now include a battery. So very positive for the storage market for 2024 in California. We think it'll actually double the U.S. storage market 2024 because of what's happening in California and other markets.
Wow.
Could I piggyback on that, though, of why it might be difficult to sell battery? Because we all know that, yes, now we need to add it, but when we're talking about battery arbitrage and trying to actually model savings for a customer, that becomes very difficult, especially because you need hourly interval data. And the way to get hourly interval data with high accuracy is green button data. But as a sales rep, if you're trying to have your customer log into utility, download green button data, send me that file, now I have to upload it to some tool to then model out hourly discharge and buyback. That becomes very hard. So now savings calculations are very inaccurate right now in the sales process. And I think until tools that sales reps are using catch up to that and make it easy for a customer to understand what does battery arbitrage actually even mean, that's going to be a roadblock to attach it.
Yeah. So I want to ask you a question, and I would like to get your opinion, and certainly, Terrence, if you have an opinion, I'd like to hear that as well. But so you had mentioned, Chris, about the battery attachment, and you're seeing this huge increase. Again, I think you caveat that's mostly California. Are you seeing an increase in battery attachment in other states that aren't post-net metering, or do you think it's largely just California? And if that's the case, when do you think other states will catch on and you'll start seeing higher attachment rates in residential in those markets?
Yeah, right now it's definitely concentrated in a few markets, California, but also Hawaii. Hawaii has a very high attachment rate, especially with their Battery Plus program that's been going on. So, it's very concentrated in a few states. Also, Puerto Rico is a big market. But we're starting to see it more in the Northeast. It's still kind of single digits in those states, but I think with more VPP programs and similar programs in those markets, we'll see higher attach rates.
So I know, Pat, I didn't ask you to come prepared with this data, but being that Enerflow has around 20% of residential sales going through your platform, are you seeing higher battery attachment rates? I don't know if that's something you look at, but does that back up what Chris is saying, and where do you see that going?
I think there's definitely been a trend upwards of more batteries. I mean, we're seeing that a lot, and even our installers are asking us to develop new tools and software to make battery attaching easier. One thing that's really difficult as a rep is even just sizing a battery. They don't even know what size a battery you need based on the system size. So a lot more education is coming. Softwares are starting to catch up. So I'd say a general trend is definitely we're seeing more batteries. I don't have specific data around like different markets and how that's shifting, but there's definitely a sense of we got to start taking batteries seriously.
So, Terrence, something that we talked about with some of your colleagues is just, and I've seen this as well, is a trend I'm starting to see in residential solar of moving toward string inverters. Are you guys seeing that, and how does that play at all with batteries? Is that better or worse?
Well, I think string inverters have a bit longer track record, and so it's kind of interesting to see how string inverters are being reconfigured with new MLPE that's available that offers greater values to the customer that they've gotten used to over the past few, decade with some of these the most popular residential platforms. But we're also seeing how redundancy in a utility field of 50 meg, 20 meg of a PV string inverter solution kind of can add some value in OpEx, of course, but also in overall performance. So the old PV string inverter is kind of getting new life with the capabilities to kind of grow it a little bigger. We're offering a 350 now. That used to come in, refrigerator sizes in the past. And we're offering products that can be matched up with some really cool new MLPE that can provide all the optimizations and monitoring solutions that a lot of customers are buying these days.
So back to just overall market, Chris, as I'm thinking through just what we've seen in residential, it feels like last year we had this great tailwind from the IRA. There's a lot of hype, but right now it feels like the residential market in particular, that's kind of what we're focused on right now, is going, it's down, which I didn't anticipate. Maybe you did because you saw it coming with your data. I'm just curious, how much of that is California versus the whole country, and what is your data showing? Are there any markets that we should be looking at that are still hot, that are growing? And when do you think the trend's going to reverse, where we're going to start to see more deployment of resi solar?
Yeah, so it's not just California. We look at it a few different buckets, but excluding California, at least through August, we have good data through August, it's still down 20%. And that's heavily based on Texas and Florida. So we're seeing Texas and Florida down kind of like 30, 40%, pretty big numbers there. But also in markets even like Arizona, it's slowing. In terms of bright spots, I think the Northeast has done a lot better, higher energy costs, but more established TPO markets. They had big utility rate increases. Like I'm in Vermont, and right across the border in New Hampshire, rates almost doubled last year. So saw a huge increase there. And then Nevada's another bright spot too, where they also had a utility rate increase, and so they're still up kind of single digits.
So you mentioned something interesting there that I'm going to push on a bit. So do you think the Northeast was better poised to handle the higher interest rates environment that we're in because it traditionally is more of a TPO market there?
Yeah, partially, but also just there's still savings there, right?
Yeah.
So like there was a thinner margin in Florida and Texas, and it just got squeezed when dealer fees and interest rates went up. So yeah, they're much better set up there.
Yeah. Pat, what are you seeing on Enerflow? I know that you guys recently brought on a few TPO products, and was that something that you saw coming and you wanted to add? Is that because customers are asking, and what's the adoption like?
Yeah, I think definitely installers asking for it, and then us just trying to be diverse in how people want to buy. I mean, there's definitely still people buying loans today, also cash. We've seen cash increase a lot on the platform over the last year as well. But yeah, absolutely TPO, finding ways to get customers qualified at lower credit tiers. It's been something we knew that we had to move to. I think we got there a little later than we would have liked, but we see the market still shifting a lot of volume there, and I think next year will be even a bigger TPO year. That trend's going to continue.
When do you think when are you predicting, I'll put you on the spot, that the market's going to...
Right, yeah, that's that. Yeah, I mean, so we have a forecast for 2024. And I think kind of like Q3, Q4, hopefully see a rebound. Some of the benefits of the IRA, you're comping against lower numbers in Florida and Texas during that period too. So hopefully Q3 or Q4.
Of next year?
Of next year, yeah. I mean, we're hoping for earlier. We're doing a lot of things to help make it happen earlier, but realistically, probably those quarters.
Yeah, I think everyone's hoping it's earlier, but that's a little further out than I expected. I'm not
That's also, those are on install numbers, so I think you may be thinking about originations and sales, so that might happen earlier.
Pick up sooner,
the common denominator we use is installs.
Yeah, that's actually a really good call out, because that is how I think about it. I think about it, especially like from the Enerflow side, more on the front end sales and what you're seeing. Pat, in general, are you seeing a decline in sales for partners on Enerflow, or is it a mixed bag, some growing, some not? Because this has to, I mean, you guys see so much come through that I would think that this would be reflected in in the customer base?
Yeah, I think it's a mixed bag. I mean, we have states that like Ohio and Arkansas and others that are growing like crazy. It kind of just depends on where these installers or sales orgs find a way to go and find a niche and bang out some sales for a while. So there are markets growing very fast, but definitely other markets that are a little more mature, been around longer. Those are the ones that we see flat or declining this year.
Okay, that's interesting. So what do you think's driving the growth in states like Ohio?
That's one I need to understand that state better. I don't know. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I know they don't have full, it's like monthly net metering, so it's a little challenge there. And they historically have low energy rates. Back to what you were saying, that's one of the things that I tell people when we talk about not only have interest rates risen faster than any time in history, but so have utility rates.
Yep.
And that's really what drives, as you were saying, a lot more TPO, because now you're creating value there where the interest rate is high, but there's enough spread where customers can save money. And I should say I hate using acronyms, so TPO is just a fancy word for lease. For those listening, it's third-party ownership, so I just wanted to be clear on that. But yeah, I'm seeing the same thing. I think that's what's creating a lot of opportunity. And certainly, to your point, I don't think loans are ever going to go anywhere. Yeah. It's just a balancing act of what provides the most value to the customer, right? And of course, interest rates will have an effect on leases as well. But moving forward if this inflection point happens with installs in Q3, Q4, so let's say early next year, you'll probably start to see that incline in sales. Is there any market you think in particular people should be looking at? Is it the Florida and Texas that are down so much that are going to rebound, or is it more like Pat saying, just in your opinion, is it the Ohio and the markets that traditionally people don't think of solar when they think of Ohio?
Yeah, even Ohio and Arkansas, like they're even if they're moving quickly, they're still just kind of dropping the bucket. I mean, honestly, there's probably more installs in a zip code in San Diego, than in some of those states. So the way we look at it when we're thinking of a national forecast, you got to look at the big states. So the states in the Northeast collectively, Puerto Rico. I think those will be the drivers next year. But if you're an individual installer, you can still do really well in those small markets. But from our standpoint, they don't move the needle for the national market.
Yeah. So I know you want to bring a couple of these back together because I know, Pat, that you guys have a battery sizing tool on Enerflow, and you talked about, that's one of the challenges, and I agree that with the sales rep, this is a new thing out there. How do I calculate it? How do I accurately present it to the customer? Yep. So I would assume, Chris, that some of that uptick will also be in California when people are logging in to Enerflow and they just can now size the battery and they get more comfortable with that process. Do you expect California to pick back up?
Yeah, absolutely. I talk to installers in California all the time, and like Pat had said, it's a lot of training and a learning curve to sell batteries, and that's like the number one thing they're focused on. Is very easy for a sales rep to sell under an M2.0, much different strategy under an M3.0. So that'll take a little bit of time, and they're working on that now.
Yeah. And let's not forget, like 4 or 5 years ago, everyone was selling TPO, and then loans came along, and everyone had to learn how to sell loans, right? So it's like these shifts happen. Sales slow down for a little bit, but these guys are good. I think we're also seeing more of a consultative sale start happening, where you can sit down with a customer and show loan versus TPO together, side by side, which is something that really hasn't existed before. So if we can kind of move to that mantra of just trying to educate customers and giving them the best solution for them, then I think we can start seeing a pickup in sales as well.
So we talked a lot about batteries. Are you seeing, what else, Pat, are your customers asking for on Enerflow? Like if there's one thing, is it a new tool? Is it, because you guys have so many different integrations, I would assume that you have a lot of insight into kind of what's next. Like what's everybody after? And I know batteries are the obvious one, but outside of that, is there anything else that you're seeing as a trend?
Yeah, I mean, when I'm talking to customers, they want anything that's going to improve their speed and efficiency of getting glass on the roof, right? So these sales, they ebb and flow, but the thing that installers have to do right every time is go through the permitting, inspection, CAD, engineering. That doesn't change with any of these market dynamics we're talking about. They still have to follow a process to get glass on the roof. And so I think right now, too, as margins are squeezed, they're looking for ways to save money. They're looking for maybe some consolidation on software, maybe some new processes that can speed things up. So I think that's the main demand I'm seeing is hey, we want to find a way to get more efficient. And whatever that means, right, I think they're open to.
Yeah, I think that goes back to what Terrence was saying earlier when you can cut costs out, whether it's with a string inverter or just a more packaged solution.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, people are just looking for ways to cut costs, to get the cost of solar down. And
That's right.
That's, yeah, as the industry matures, you would expect to see that more and more. So, so outside of that, Chris, is there anything else in the data that you see that's interesting that maybe surprised you, whether it's, the market coming down faster or potentially coming up faster than you might have expected, just on a high level? I know that you spend a lot of time and energy sifting through the residential market data. I'm just curious if there's any insight you have.
Yeah, it's interesting to look at it like under the surface of which companies are doing well, and that there's even in a down market, down 20%, like there's still companies that are expanding and doing well. And so, like Pat's comment, like if you have good processes and a sharp team, like there's still opportunity. So that's what I'm always surprised at. These companies are still growing in a really down market.
Yeah, I mean, I see that a lot too, just throughout my network. I mean, you talk about Florida and Texas were the fastest growing markets, right? And so they're down. So it's not just a California thing because those markets are down. But I know companies that are thriving right now. And I do think part of that is, as we talked about, there has been a shift to third-party ownership. And that's one of my theories. I don't know. It's my theory that I think Florida seemed to fare a little bit better because they do have a higher utility rate. I'm in Duke, and ours is over 17 cents, whereas pre-COVID, like 2019, that was probably a 10-cent market. I mean, so again, massive gap. So to make the leap, even though it is an education process, as Pat said, for reps, but the ones that are successfully able to make that transition and have another product or alternative seem to be doing a little bit better. So that's my theory about the difference between Texas and Florida, because Texas has the added challenge too of just net metering being fully deregulated. The net metering lies with the supplier and not the utility, and it's really the only market that functions that way, which adds risk to TPO. So that's why it can be kind of a tough nut to crack, and without having that other tool in your toolkit, as interest rates are going up, then the market is going to be down more than others. At least that's my theory.
Yeah, I think the other thing too at an installer level is what happened was just access to capital on the M1 payments and stuff too. So I think companies that were relying on that more, took it harder, and some companies were not, and just kept going. So
that's a phenomenal point. Actually, I wasn't even thinking about that. But what he's referring to is when we say M1, a lot of times installers will get an upfront payment from the finance company at notice to proceed, which is milestone 1 in a lot of people's vernacular. And last year, just with the market and how things are going, a lot of financiers pulled back on being able to provide that upfront payment. So the people that were relying on that, because this is a very cost-intensive industry for small installers, right? There's a lot of equipment that they have to buy.
Indeed.
So obviously that's going to have an effect on the market. But I'm as probably everyone in the show, an evangelist for residential solar, and it pains me to see it down because I didn't think I would have a year in the foreseeable future where it'd be down, but also, that's why they call it the solar coaster, I guess.
For sure, yeah, us too. I mean, we're in the market of providing a good forecast, but we're also creating a lot of tools to help people think about where to expand. So we are definitely fully vested in trying to make it better.
Do you think that, maybe, Pat, this would be an interesting question for you. Do you think that we are getting to a point where people are going to start buying solar instead of being sold solar?
Yeah, I mean, I think that shift's happening. If you look at the adoption curve of any new technology, you always have that. You have the people in the very beginning who they'll just buy it just because it's good for the environment, right? And then you have the next group of people who start to think about savings, and the next group, it's like, oh, my friends did it, so now I want to do it. I think solar's starting to get that, where you see it enough on roofs, you've heard enough, success stories from your friends or neighbors who've done it, where now it's like, oh, I actually should look into this. And you start comparing quotes more, which I think is also hurt some sales in some places is that, some installers, they were the only game in town, and all of a sudden there's more competition, and they can't sell it for $550 a watt anymore because there's someone else coming at $420. So yeah, I think that's a big part of it is consumers are understanding it more. It's becoming a household thing. It's not this weird concept of I'm putting ugly panels up on my roof and I'm getting power for myself. So I think we'll start seeing that more and more outbound from customers and new ways to sell solar than we've seen before.
Yeah, I mean, I could speak personally. As I said, I just moved to Florida, and my old house had solar, but no battery. My new house is going to have a battery. Yeah. So I'm working on that now. So I guess I think we're coming up on time. I'd like just to kind of wrap up the segment with just any prediction you have for next year, and kind of already gave a few, but if there's anything that you think that we should be looking out for, and if everybody wants to give an opinion of what trend they think we'll be talking about at next RE+, I think would be a great way to end. So I don't know, Chris, do you want to start?
Yeah, we'll be paying very close attention to California. It's a kind of bellwether for the rest of the country of what might happen with other net metering changes and how quickly the industry can adjust. So, and that'll be a big needle mover for next year. So that's where we're going to spend most of our time.
What do you think, Pat?
Yeah, what's funny is I think last year the prediction was labor shortage was going to be the big problem this year. Now it's not really the problem because there's other issues that everyone's facing. I think next year it's going to be all about efficiency and people just lowering their costs and overhead and being more cash flow conscious and just trying to run a better business and not trying to focus on super fast growth, but just 30% growth, is a good thing year over year instead of trying to go like 100 or 200% growth.
What do you think as a manufacturer? What do you think will be different next RE+ from this one?
Well, I hope there's a bit more focus on communication with your system so that you can get a clear understanding of what's going on. And I think that there's going to be a big trend towards commercial storage. We're seeing uptake of residential storage, but I think commercial business owners are looking at it from a little bit different point of view and what they can use with their storage during the day, as opposed to a residential who might be looking a little bit at this arbitrage, but really their focus is resiliency and security and that sort of thing. Whereas in a business, they're thinking daily arbitrage of that battery for peak shaving, low demand, that sort of stuff. So I think that'll be a big trend next year.
That's awesome. Well, I really appreciate you guys coming up here to talk about industry trends. I think this was a great segment. For those listening, we're live at RE+ at the PowerUp podcast stage presented by KeyBank Capital Markets in partnership with Suncast Media. And this is the Industry Pulse brought to you by Solus, one of the largest inverter manufacturers in the world. As always, I'm your host, Nathan Giovanelli. If you want to find me, you can go check me out on LinkedIn. Make sure you subscribe to my podcast, Limitless with Nathan Giovanelli. And as always, remember, you are limitless. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Thanks, Nathan.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is, of course, to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels. That means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the U.S. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative, which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together. It starts with resilience. Microgrids and vehicle-to-grid strategies offer incredible possibilities for providing resilient electricity. Transportation is another important area of focus. Bringing clean energy resources together with transportation infrastructure will be critical to realize the potential of carbon-free electric mobility. Storage will be key as we tap into the full potential of wind and solar energy. To make that a reality, we need advancements in battery technology and long-duration storage to deliver clean, reliable energy when, where, and how it's needed. Emerging technologies will need to be studied, identified, piloted, funded, and progressed to scale for the energy we use to truly be carbon-free. But none of this can happen without supportive federal and state regulation and legislation. Governments must work closely with stakeholders across the energy ecosystem, and business models and regulatory frameworks must evolve to embrace innovation. The 5x25 initiative is ambitious, but the urgency of our climate crisis demands nothing less. We invite you to join us in our race against time. We're ready to secure our clean energy future. Are you? Visit sepapower.org to learn more.
I'm here because, one, I want to know more about the renewable energy sector and help, show people what we have to offer and yeah, just see what's happening to the future for sustainability.
Estoy súper feliz de participar en este evento tan profesional y creo que es una gran oportunidad para conocer a gente del sector y ampliar mi red profesional y sobre todo para encontrar nuevos partnerships para CV North America.
You know, I'm here to network. I work for a development company, and we're looking to expand our network and meet new people in the industry. Also, to learn more about the industry and solar and renewable energy, and hopefully one day save the planet.
The purpose, the mission, the objective behind EDPI North America is of course to put more and more megawatts of renewable energy into the ground. And that means we are replacing fossil fuels, that means we are generating more and more clean energy and supplying clean energy to millions of homes in the US and all over North America.
Energize a world where nature powers life itself. We're Terra Pro Solutions. We're not just consultants, we're real-world problem solvers. With more than 30 years' experience, we've developed over 24 gigawatts of renewable energy projects across the US. We're trailblazers in renewable project development. From clearing title to mitigating risk along the development spectrum, we've paved the way for smooth transaction closings. Terra Pro Solutions, developing the energy for life.
Around the world, climate change has touched us all in many ways. Heat waves, wildfires, floods, and hurricanes are no longer the exceptions. They are our new reality. We have the ability to change this reality, but the clock is ticking. Considering half of the carbon in our atmosphere was emitted in the last 30 years, the next decade is crucial for life in 2030, 2040, and 2050. We don't have time for incremental progress. We need bold, ambitious ideas now. At SEPA, our 1,100 members are reimagining our future by accelerating the growth of clean energy. That's why we created the 5x25 initiative. which will focus on 5 areas that will help align all energy stakeholders where we can make the greatest immediate impact together.
We are live for the last time at RE Plus 2023 at the PowerUp Live podcast stage, presented by KeyBank Capital Markets. Thank you so much, KeyBank, for supporting and helping make this possible. As well, we want to thank our supporting sponsors, Fluence and SMA, our morning show and roundup sponsors. We have so many folks that have helped support Modern Energy, Meyer, Install, Omnidian, Res, SMA, SolREIT, and our contributing sponsors who help bring amazing content to the PowerUp Live stage, from Beta, Burns McDonnell, EDP, to Lux Power, Nextracker, Origis, Pinegate, Solus, TerraPro, TorqueSil, and Utility API. We've been live podcasting from this stage for the last 2.5 days. And the content has all been live streamed to Suncast.live. So if you've missed anything, and if you're watching us right now on the Jumbotron out in the foyer, thank you for going and checking out Suncast.live, where you can see all of the content that we recorded throughout the week live on the podcast stage. I want to also say thanks to our daily roundup sponsor once again, which is Modern Energy. Modern Energy invests development equity in early stage developers and provides operational services to accelerate growth. It's the last day, boys. Welcome to the roundup.
Great to be here. Here we are again.
We got Jason.
I got right off the bat. I got to give a great shout out to Nico. He's been busting his butt. You can hear it in his voice. He's been doing this the entire time, and I have tremendous respect for that.
Good to have you back, Jason Vierkart. I think it's been
Appreciate
since 2019 since you were at the podcast stage, right?
Seriously?
Did you join last year for the final one?
Maybe. I know. I slip in there every once in a while. You know, we're here.
Yeah, and of course we've got Nate Giovanelli, who just did the last of our industry pulse. How did the Nate show, the industry pulse, go this week?
I thought it was great. It's always interesting to get perspectives of different people, and especially if they're focused in other areas of the industry, because it's such a big industry, right? And my primary focus is in residential, so to hear the people talk about what they're seeing in utility scale and C&I, it's really good to get that flavor. That's what I really enjoyed about it.
We're going to do a bit of a swag roundup here, and we're going to talk some about our roundup of ideas, things that we learned, things that caught our attention or caught us by surprise. But I also want to say thanks to Lux Power. Lux Power is the all-in-one energy solution provider. They were at booth 5521, and they have an advanced hybrid, off-grid, three-phase, and DC retrofit solution. You can experience sun power every day with Lux Power. Hopefully you guys had a chance to go visit Lux Power, and if you didn't, we have a link to Lux Power on the Suncast.live site as one of our supporting sponsors. Please check them out. Speaking of checking out, did you guys find any swag that was like your particular favorite? We did this swag roundup, so I want to kind of go around. I'm curious to hear what you guys liked.
Okay, I'll just first of all, I didn't personally find this. This came from a great friend, Brad Albert, also a Maui guy. There's a bag of mints, or a little tin of mints.
Proper tin.
And it said on it, do you have a picture of it? It said on it, curtailments. And that is, from a solar geek perspective, about as choice as it gets.
Yeah, we all just died laughing.
And we were like, it's too much. And for just to be clear, it shouldn't be an inside joke. Curtailments, we're talking about
on this, but it is
the energy from a solar system that gets curtailed or eliminated. I suppose
basically
the noun is a curtailment.
Lost is the easy word to use.
Lost.
It could have been energy, and it isn't.
We use curtailed all the time because we like big words.
I love it. Sure. Curtailments. I tried to hold it up so Gabe could zoom in on it, but I don't think that we can get that.
No, I guarantee it's all over social.
It was there was a lot of fun swag. I think one of the things that I've been told that the best swag that has been dropped off at the booth is none other than Hawaiian Host.
Oh yeah, those are we got to bring them from Maui. We stuck up from Maui, bring them out.
Love it. So we'll be in Maui on the Island Max in just a few minutes when we finish up here.
Good enough.
Unofficially sponsored by Angry Orchard.
Oh, stop that! Turn mine around specifically.
Nate, what about you? Did you find anything that stuck out?
I didn't get as much time to walk around the floor as I would have liked this year, but I did get a sweet pair of these Nikes, compliments of Paykeeper.
You did not. You got some of those?
Yeah, they say Paykeeper on the back.
Paykeeper's the Paykeeper Nikes.
Yeah, they're awesome.
I think they were the talk of the show, man. I was like, they're cool.
They're giving shoes out?
Yeah.
Get out of here.
We did.
People are really upping their game this year.
Yeah, we hosted a happy hour with them for one with Enerflow and Paykeeper, and it's just a great concept product.
Right.
I think we talked about actually at the end of this. I'll give them a little plug since they gave me some
go for
Nikes. But we talked about just at the very last industry pulse how we've seen an uptick in cash deals for residential solar, and it's just a simple escrow account that you can do. So it protects both the installer and the customer. So the installer knows they're going to get paid, and the customer knows that the installer's not going to walk away with their money. So sometimes the best ideas are the simplest ones, and I really appreciate the shoes. So
thanks Paykeeper for the shoes that I didn't get.
I think that'll be changing now.
It's in the mail.
Well, a couple of things that we found, my buddy Fred walked around and found some really cool stuff. This company, KWRE, brought the fire, man. They brought the fury. This is actually one of these cooler bags.
Oh, sweet.
Fully
But they
insulated.
also had a solar-powered USB speaker that is really, it seems really robust. One of our guys really liked the Game Change. This is unique. I mean, Game Change kind of took a different approach. This is a little beanbag phone holder, that you can put
I like
your
that.
phone
makes
on.
sense. Yeah,
just
cool.
like that. And then one thing that stuck out to me is I prefer practical stuff, right? Practical stuff. So, and because we all like sustainability, like this thing from Sept, which is a battery company, has a, I mean, I think it's interesting, right? When companies.
So it's a little utensil case, right?
Yeah. It's, Sept is very utilitarian in their gifts.
Right.
I liked it.
Right.
I liked it. So Sept, kudos and points to Sept for creating something that's sustainable, and
you'll probably be using that for years to come. Because you go back to your hotel room, you got your yogurt, you got your nuts and stuff like that, and you're going, oh, how do I get this?
That's right.
Walk all the way down the lobby,
and then,
harass the restaurant.
The one I give the award for, like, the thing that most people think they won't use until they show it to their kids. And this is from Aztec Tipsa, and I think that this is a pizza roller, but 50% of the time, I see people say, "Oh yeah, my kids are going to cut Play-Doh with that."
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
So I like this. I think this is a good idea, right? I don't know. I tell from a marketing perspective, I don't understand some of the ways that people market their swag. Like they'll just put their brand on it. So like if I'm going to do this, I would say like Aztec Tipsa, cut through the noise or something like that.
Sure.
Right?
Sure.
Or like
a tagline.
Yeah. Or something to do with like a slice of pizza, right? A slice of heaven. Like we cut through and make working easy, something like that.
Get your slice
I think
of
that's
the
where
energy pie.
We had always talked about doing one for Solar Coaster, right?
For
and
sure.
Of course,
We
it would
wanted
be
say it. A coaster, the solar coaster.
I love it.
Yeah.
Simple as
Right,
that.
there it is.
You know,
Here it
so,
is,
but
right there.
along the
There it
same
is.
lines of what you're saying, yeah.
And then
solar coaster.
until I had seen your Paykeeper shoes, I was convinced that Sungrow's Lark bottle, which retails for like $120, was the best piece of swag that I was going to get. But Paykeeper shoes. Anyway, thanks Sungrow for the Lark bottle. Sungrow bringing clean power to all. I'll say that. Sungrow's the premium sponsor, platinum sponsor for Suncast, and super grateful for them as well. But guys, as much as I like swag, really what we're talking about is the messaging that gets through the noise here at the show. And I'm curious if you all had hey look, the Game Change folks are in the crowd. Woo-woo! Nice. I'm going to say this. Thanks for the swag. Is there anything that, as you got a chance to talk to folks or walk the show floor, the limited that you did, that stuck out to you from a technology perspective? Anything introduced from a press release that you can't wait to geek out about?
Oh yeah. I mean, when Jay and I literally we didn't have much time at all, but right away we went up today because we needed to see what was going on, and we saw the GM booth.
Yep.
Right. Yep. And they had a big
GM.
GM.
The Chevrolet. They had the Chevy EV.
Silverado.
Yeah.
So sexy.
Silverado. I mean, but they did an AR like a 4-tablet AR table, and then they had these little hotspots, and in each one they kind of mapped out like the city of the future, the bi-directional city of the future across the board, from public trans to your own vehicle to
shipping.
You name it. They didn't leave any gaps. I mean, that was really exciting to check out. Not to mention how beautiful that truck is. Jeez Louise.
Yeah. And that interface for the giant phone that they had just takes you through every single feature.
Yeah, super cool.
Yeah, I mean, since Ty Yegerson joined GM, he has really taken their whole V2X team to a new level. So kudos, Ty. You're killing it over at GM. You're bringing the level of professionalism up and helping the automotive industry really figure out their place in the home grid, right? I think that's a really important piece to it. Jason, you usually take a very technical look at products. Is there anything that stands out for you as like best of show, like CES style?
I don't have a best of show, so I'm actually really super self-critical, and I'm looking at myself on day 3 and saying, did I achieve what I needed to do here? And my answer to myself is kind of no. And it's not because of anything I did. We achieved so much, but there's just too much here.
Yeah.
And it's a lot to take in.
So usually you feel like you've kind of got a handle on it.
Yeah,
right?
I think so.
It,
I mean, there's a lot. Yeah, and
there's a lot of overage.
Right. There's so much stuff I just didn't get to see. I mean, we mentioned on day one the preponderance of actual data companies out here.
Yeah.
They're doing software that it's very, very specific, very niche, but really, really super key to figuring out exactly what the infrastructure is going to look like, exactly what your installs are going to do, modeling, digital twinning stuff. I mean, everything exists out here.
Yeah.
And I think I haven't seen that volume of digital software companies out there before. So that was the big takeaway for me.
I think the biggest announcement in that landscape this week was Heliolytics getting acquired by ZiteView.
Yes.
That was like a bombshell announcement. You know, I mean, Heliolytics was acquired by NovaSource, and then now they spun it out and sold it off to ZiteView. And ZiteView, Mark Culpepper said, "Yeah, we're the Borg, right?
Yeah,
you will be
Well, that is kind of how software works. I mean, if you've been in software IT, I was in IT for 30 years, and people just buy everything.
So, and what it says for me is that we are reaching an accelerated M&A curve where our industry is starting to mature to the point where you can't have so many disparate players.
Yes.
We need consolidation because that consolidation gives us scale and growth, and it helps to lessen the amount of confusion for consumers.
Well, it's simply the workload.
Yeah.
I mean, for installers and for operators.
That's right.
You can't do it.
Yep. Anything that you heard in your interviews that stands out, like one-liners or ideas that for you are like you're going to be mulling on or taking back and integrating in as content?
I mean, so much. There's
How about every interview, Nico?
I mean, there's, like we could talk about some of the things that are happening in the residential microgrid space. There's some things there that kind of surprised me. I started to see fuel cell pop up more often than not, which I was kind of surprised about. I also saw bidirectionality pop up more than that. I mean, I was looking for that, but we just came off a conversation with that right there. I saw a couple of diagrams that kind of mapped it all out in a holistic way where it was like this was no longer completely outside of the spectrum of what we're talking about. Now it's like, here it is. Yeah. Here's your solar, here's your inversion, here's your like gateway in a sense of what pulls it all together. And now they're working on bidirectionality. They got Jenny integration, they got everything. So that's what we were trying to find out. Yeah. We saw a greater understanding of how that works. And the technology is coming like to kind of the key to fit it all together.
Yeah. And on the VDH front, bidirectionality, it's always been kind of coming soon. Well, now we've got real product. I mean, people telling me this exists, it's in the real world, it functions, and it's going to be on the market in a month or two.
I was just up at, like everyone, we didn't get a chance to walk around the show as much as we wanted to. Mm-hmm. But the thing that I'm thinking about, because we just lost power for 4 days in North Carolina, and my wife said to me, when are we getting batteries? Right? You've been in the solar industry for 17 years, so are we going to get solar? And the reason is we don't have good solar access, and she knows that. But the battery thing, she says, do we need the question that sparked for me, like, my mission here was to try and figure out if I could find the one that I like. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to declare it here because that wouldn't be fair to everyone else. But I found the one that I like.
Oh, good.
So I may leave some clues. But the thing from her was, do we need solar to have batteries? And the answer is no, we don't. And even if we don't have a transactive market, even if we don't have incentives in North Carolina today for me to have batteries as a backup and be able to participate in some other sort of value stack, it's starting to make sense to put batteries in the garage for a myriad of reasons.
Yeah, I mean, it exists already in other environments. Like in Vermont, in Green Mountain Power, they've rolled out certain programs. So they have these kind of little tendrils of the grid, inside of these little ski towns that go out like that when there's inclement weather. And so Green Mountain was like, and my cousin has them. He's got a couple of power walls in his basement.
Yeah.
I went over and he's like, hey, come check them out. They gave them to me.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I need it.
So there's a value case there.
Yeah, I need to talk to Lon. We had Lon Huber on the show Tuesday morning. He had just spoken with Jigger, and they're instituting a lot of VPP stuff, right? So a lot of reorienting the way that consumers pay for energy and are paid for energy. So I'm going to definitely go back and talk to Lon about what Duke is going to do I think Green Mountain and the programs they put together are a case study on why batteries matter on the local grid with or without solar. Well, what I was going to say is I went up and was visiting with AP Systems, and I was really impressed with a product that most people think is just a resi product. They introduced last year their commercial microinverter, which has 4 modules per microinverter, effectively reduces the number of microinverters by 75%. But they just introduced this week a battery storage module, which is basically an EMS, right? And so they can control with AP systems any battery. And so they had a home grid system demoed there. They obviously partner with Yada. They've partnered with Yada for rooftop storage. But I was really impressed with the ability to, as opposed to where you see SolarEdge and Enphase and Tigo going with their own proprietary battery systems, AP Systems says, no, we want to actually be the installer's friend, right? We want to allow them to, we don't allow them to partner with whoever they want, right?
There's a lot, I think there's a real case for that being a very valuable thing, rather than, because you have all these disparate ecosystems where they're all duking it out to be the one, right? But then the installer's there, and they want to be able to make a choice and say, hey, this company does this very well, and this company does this very well, and they can all play nice together if we have the software support and the capacity to integrate them, right? So I've heard that from a couple of different companies out there. I won't mention names, but I mean, I think they're leading in that direction, which is exciting.
What kind of stuck out to me for that, as I'm thinking about this for my home, is on the app, and I don't think this is unique to AP Systems, but on the app, they have 3 different power modes where you can have it powering mostly from the sun and the batteries. You can have it powering sort of all going to the grid with the batteries as backup, and then you can have it completely off-grid, islanded. Yeah. And the guy Chris was explaining to me how you can switch it in real time. So like you get an alert that PG&E that you've got to turn your power off or whatever, or in our case a hurricane's coming. You can switch it to the mode that allows you to optimize your battery system the way you want it. And again, with whatever battery system you choose, it's not tied into one architecture.
Yeah, have you seen the span panel? I know it's not new, but I just talked on the industry pulse, and I mentioned I was putting batteries in my home. I'm going to do it with a span panel.
You are?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I just moved to Florida, and I never really appreciated batteries until I lived in Florida.
Totally.
In Pennsylvania, I never lost power, so to me it was like, what do people need batteries for?
Yeah.
But as you mentioned, like you go a day without power, and you're like, all right, I'm putting in batteries.
Yeah, there's a couple $100 in at least in refrigerator food replacement right there.
Right. And with the span panel, I just think it's really slick how it works with basically it's your new main panel. It's all digital, so it's going to be able to control all the things you're talking about, right? Yep. And I don't even know if there's another really competitive product out there with that.
Yeah, Lumen.
Is there Lumen? Alex and the guys. We actually have the span panel in my place. We've gone through a series of outages, and then the daily is quite interesting, right? Like how you look at your energy consumption and manage that on a daily is one thing, and then how you deal with that on a power outage scenario is another thing. But then they're doing really interesting stuff, right? You've got the iDrive, which is it modulates the actual amount of power, which there's reasons why that would be useful. And then today we talked to them, and what's it called, PowerUp? What was that thing called again?
I don't remember.
This thing is throwing me off.
This morning.
They got a new functionality, right? And they've got an HVAC system where they're kind of like toggling loads to meet the needs of the HVAC system in different scenarios. So there's just a lot of room in there to be innovative.
It's deeper than that. It's not just on and off and turning off other loads. It's actually talking directly to the air conditioner and modulating the speed of the compressor.
Yeah, it's like a variable frequency drive for your...
Exactly that. And that's incredibly intelligent. And I asked him once we were off camera, I was like, well, what other appliances are coming real fast? It's like, you see the fridge in the corner?
Yeah. I mean, they're bringing to homeowners what commercial buildings have had for years.
Yeah.
Right? And it's remarkable. You mentioned SPAN and competitors. Like, if we think about that ecosystem approach, SPAN has more of the Enphase approach of like, let's build, own, and operate an infrastructure that we control, right? They're going to start introducing, obviously, they have ecosystem partners they talk to, but they're introducing a lot of their own products, whereas Lumen has taken the other approach, sort of the AP Systems approach, being very installer-friendly and being very agnostic to how and why they would connect to one or the other thing. But, I mean, there is going to always exist these two dichotomies, right? And I think it's wonderful. I think it's great to see even more competitors that are coming to market to compete with SPAN and Lumen. But I think it's also remarkable that in our daily roundup, what we talked about was essentially the core extension of solar that is the smart home, right? And we started the entire week off with the folks from SMA making an announcement about SMA span integration. And it was almost like foreshadowing of what for me, I think stands out at this show is the integration of the whole home and just the software battery that installers have to think about. From everywhere from proposals all the way through to operating a system.
It's what's fun about this is you get to the point, like you remember how we say we always go to CES and we cover all the consumer-related products, right? It's easy to get excited about it. Who doesn't like a flying car? Who doesn't like, all these other things? But like the home, kind of movement towards the whole home is where it gets exciting for the consumer. It's not just, like all the installers geeking out about stuff. Now it's like the consumer gets things that they can actually play with and see the value. I think it's moving towards that C conversation.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be touching these directly. And having control, just what you're talking about. And I think the way you describe it is you have modes for this and modes for that, like just the situation. Too much control can be a bad thing. And so to make these choices simple for the homeowner is absolutely really, really key.
Yeah. Well, guys, we could literally sit here and geek out for the next few hours.
Let's do that.
Let's do that. As we maybe we go to Topgolf and wrap it.
Let's do it.
And have a follow-on conversation. You want to go to Topgolf with us, Nate?
I got to catch a flight, I would love to otherwise. I mean, what I would say is, I feel like you need another day because the show's gotten so big. I think Jason alluded to that earlier, but I don't think I could survive another day in Vegas.
I concur.
Quite frankly,
I concur.
Nico can survive another day.
Cannot. I don't think I could survive another half day. So as we wrap up the last daily roundup brought to you by Modern Energy, how would we want to think about next year? We're going back to Anaheim. So reminder, we're going back to Anaheim. Go ahead and book. Oh yeah, pro tip from Daniel Deuce from the Know Before You Go episode. Go ahead and book your hotel. Go ahead or reserve it. Go ahead and reserve your lunches and dinners now. Because there's
that is a pro tip.
Yeah, it's a super pro tip. Like you can cancel them. They'll take reservations. But what do we want to think about going into Anaheim? And maybe what's your prediction? So this year we ended up talking about the whole home, and we saw some sexy cars. What's the prediction for what's going to dominate the narrative a year from now in Anaheim?
We're going to have real bidirectional V2H on the market by then.
We'll have data as well.
We'll have real data. We'll know how it works and how.
I
guarantee there's going to be things that shake out that we haven't predicted, and it's going to be really interesting to look at that.
Well, if Jigger has anything to say about it, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I know I didn't give you a heads up to think about this question, but let's think on our feet here.
Well, we had a chance we caught Abby on the way in,
and
she had said that she was really interested in kind of hearing from everybody about which direction the show as a whole goes. Are there more curated kind of pieces to it? Because it was so large, and I think that was kind of the takeaway. It was like, whoa, there was so much here; it was hard to capture it all. It felt kind of like just frenzied at moments, So I think there's a dialogue at that level of saying, how do we steer the show? And I think there's opportunities for feedback over the year to help create the show with the character that we all want it to be. So it's a really pertinent question at this time.
Yeah. Nate?
Yeah, I just think it's wild how big the show's gotten. I mean, I said that last year when I was impressed, and now this year I remember it hadn't even started yet. I think it was Monday. I turned down the hallway, coming to the convention center. I just went, wow.
Yeah.
Just wall-to-wall people. And it is challenging to go see and do everything you want. There's plenty of people here that I didn't get to see. I agree. I think we're going to see more and more, though, batteries and solutions that drives the whole home, whether that is vehicle to home or whatever that might be. I think that's going to continue, and you're going to see more innovation with technology, like even the new Powerwall that's up top. We were talking earlier about some cool stuff. I mean, it's pretty nice. It's got the inverter built in. It's simple.
The new Powerwall has the inverter built in.
Yeah.
Right? Wow.
The Powerwall 3?
Yeah.
And it's got a really heck of a power kick too. Yeah, it's I forget what it is. 13, some huge power, actual power delivery number.
Yeah. So when you talk about simplicity, right? That's it. Now you can just have somebody hang that on there, and they have their inverters and everything built in for their system. But yeah, overall, I think what I get excited about is the things like the spans of the world and the things that are helping really manage load management, because a lot of people talked about future proofing, and that's stuff that we have to think about. How are we going to charge all these EVs, and how does that affect the grid?
Fuel cells started showing up this year as well, and that's something else I'm
Yeah.
Looking forward to seeing shaking out.
I heard the word nuclear, and I hadn't seen the booth.
Did anybody see it?
Was there actually a nuclear
didn't see
booth
a
there? Because
nuclear
someone
booth,
told
no.
it.
But I'm not surprised.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess I would need to clear my throat.
For sure. But I mean, I guarantee you there's folks here from the industry.
Yeah.
Nuclear.
Yeah,
they're
sure.
Be here. I wish there was a booth. I mean, it would be an interesting kind of juxtaposition, and conversations would be.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean,
that
nuclear
could actually
booths.
be the answer to your question.
That could be.
We see that integration.
We'll see nuclear integration.
Wow.
Okay, so the bold prediction is that we'll actually somehow find it in our hearts to embrace the nuclear community as a part of the RE Plus, and that will be the expansion in Anaheim. I think that Jigar Shah, as he said in his session yesterday morning, is clearly driving a narrative that we're no longer in the solar industry, that this is the VPP industry. And so as a result, we've got a clear signal from the US government that they're going to be pouring money into turning homes into power plants. And I would bet that the key narrative next year is something around how do we help homeowners get on board with this, right? Because we'll be a year into the DOE pumping money in, and we'll be at the point where we need to, they've got a deploy conference next week. But I would posit that we're a year from really deploying this idea to the market. We have to seed the idea right now in the industry by simply saying, you're no longer in the solar industry, you're in the VPP industry. So what will it look like a year from now? And how will technology from companies like Span and Aurora and Game Change modify their language and even their product mix to address how homeowners can integrate and be a part of this power economy?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're already seeing that in some respect, and that's why we're all talking about this whole home kind of thing and how we're going to VPPs, how are we going to manage load, future proofing. It's kind of a two things that I think need to happen, and they are happening. And one that we talked about earlier is like electricity rates have risen faster than really any time in history. I mean, just in my area, it's wild. In both states that I've lived in the last 3 years, electric rates have doubled, right? So consumers are feeling pain. So the other thing is we hear and you see more power outages depending on where you're at. You've been reading a lot about the heat in Texas, for instance, and those are both big pain points for consumers.
Yeah.
So whoever makes it simple for them, right, in a full circle to a lot of the technology we just talked about, those are the ones that are going to win and control that narrative going forward and start winning the home.
I think a great segue there is for RE Plus Hawaii, January 22nd and 23rd. If you want to see this whole home fully deployed and actual data sets of what it looks like, you got to come to the postcard from the future, right, which is Hawaii, about that a great opportunity to learn all about that from all the major players that are deploying those things right now. Spans are out there, loads of battery attachment rates, 80, 90%. We have like 43 cents a kilowatt hour residential energy. And then, who knows what's going to happen with all the things that have been going on out there with natural disasters in rates. So please come to RE Plus Hawaii and check it out there.
In January. Good timing, eh?
Yeah.
Nathan, any last word, something that you would like to ask our audience to do for you?
No, I don't have anything. I mean, if you want to hear more from me, you can always find me on LinkedIn. Obviously, I have my short podcast. It usually comes out on Mondays called Limitless. Go check it out. Most people consume it on LinkedIn, but it's available on Spotify and everywhere else. I just really appreciate it. I love the energy that this brings, and just having this here and the location here. It's been so much fun. I really appreciate it, Nico, and thank all the sponsors and Solus sponsored the Industry Pulse. So I'm appreciative of that, and just giving us a forum to talk with people. And like you said, you don't have time to go to every booth, so where else are you going to learn? And this is it, and that's what I love about it. So thank you for having me.
Jason, last words?
I want to give a big shout out to the RE Plus events folks. I mean, they really busted their butt this year, and they got well over their expected attendance. And
last I heard was 41,000.
Yeah, 41. I think it actually closer to 42. But
that's wild.
But nothing catastrophic happened. That's an old roadie thing. Nobody died. We had a good show. No, but it was stellar. I've heard nobody who comes away with this with a bad feeling.
Well, I'll echo exactly what you just said, Jason. Huge thank you and shout out to Tim Morris and Leslie Fondren and Katie Croy and Tony and the whole RE Plus sales team. Everyone came together this year when it was like drinking from a fire hydrant. So much interest in the show that they had to expand into 4 different venues. And I mean, we talked yesterday about how the show is commanding respect in Vegas as one of the bigger shows in Vegas. And I also want to, I'd be remiss if I didn't for sure mention the unsung heroes that make the PowerUp Live stage happen. Kyle Christensen has been manning the booth, helping make sure everything gets done. Jeremy Pingle and Graham Whitley have been helping coordinate from the very beginning to make sure this thing comes to life. And our real life team back in the back keeping the video going. And Herman Chalet on production, making sure that all of this gets recorded and delivered to all of you.
Thank you
and
all.
that our audio is clean and crisp most of the time. And I'd also like to give a shout out to Chris, our editor, who made somehow a live production sound like an in-studio performance on the podcasts that we've published the last 2 days. It's remarkable. Thanks to all the folks that have watched us live on Suncast.live or out in the foyer on the Jumbotrons. And most of all, those of you who took the time out of your busy schedule to sit on our comfy cubes and charge your phones, eat your meals, and enjoy time with us. We're so grateful. We really do. We put this on so that you have a place to call home and come back to. Remember, next year look for the PowerUp Live stage. And you can call it home. Set your meetings here, set your time here, and come enjoy it with us. We'll see you next year in Anaheim.